Hello and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. With me, as always, Dan Barron, Addy Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Milan. I'm Tommy Cotton. We're here to play some Manifest. But before we jump into the actual play and all that jazz, these wonderful people have some stuff to talk to you about. Also, shout out to Argit Lam and Boo for their resubs. Argit Lam having officially subbed for 2 years now. And Boo having officially subbed for 2 months now.
Gotta catch up, Boo. Come on, get it together.
All
I don't
right.
know how that works. You've got to figure it out.
She has multiple accounts, all of which are subbed. Okay. Before we can actually jump into the actual play, y'all have things to say. So say your things, and then we'll do the game. Go!
What's up, y'all? I'm Seth. You may know me as Porter Janus, the most cowardly of all of our team. I'm here to talk to you about Amnesty International. As you know, it's December, which is National Human Rights Month. Amnesty International, they are a global movement of over 10 million people campaigning for a world where human rights are enjoyed by all, which makes it appropriate for our charity of the month. So it's the reason for the season. You want to get your end of your donations and do all that jazz. So you can visit the link that is there right now for Amnesty International. They've been doing shit since 1961. They've campaigned and lobbied all over the world to abolish the death penalty and protect sexual and reproductive rights and combat decriminalization and protect migrants' rights. So they're a great organization. You can give them your money. If you have a platform, you can bump them and be like, hey, you should give people these people your money too, like we do. And yeah, just have a grand old time, because Amnesty International, they're the best. Right on. I'm gonna pass it on to the next person.
Hello, I'm your resident next person, Roman. And welcome to the stream. It's Tuesday. It's around about 8 o'clock Central. That means we're here, and that means y'all are here. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. If it's the holidays and you sort of got swept up in the timing and the weirdness and the travel of the holidays, like a strong undercurrent on a choppy day at sea, we can help you out with that. There's some buttons under me that will help you out with that. Now, I'm looking at it. Maybe it's because my screen is smaller. I only see 2 buttons today. There might still be 3. There's gonna be buttons. You just gotta click and you gotta experiment a little bit. Trial and error. But there's a button that'll allow you to follow the channel, where Twitch will tell you when we're going live, so that you don't have to remember. You go, oh God, today's Tuesday? Great information that A, it's Tuesday, B, that our good friends at Waypoint Live are going live and about to tell some more of our story. And there's also a big purple button. It used to be purple, now it's gray. I clearly have been swept up in some rough seas of my own. But there's a button that allows you to subscribe to the channel, or gift subscriptions, or if you have Amazon Prime, instead of letting Jeff Bezos lick your money, you can go ahead and give it to us for free. You get a free Prime subscription, and we get to lick that money, and you cut out the middleman straight away. So we really appreciate that support. All that support goes into improving the stream, into making this better, bringing on guest stars, upping our equipment, all sorts of great stuff. And then we also have this other cool thing going on. Well, it was sort of going on.
I was like, I wonder when Roman's gonna notice.
I only have one screen. I'm working off my work laptop. I'm doing what I can today. And I'm looking over here and I'm noticing that we had something going on. And now it's done. We did it. We reached our goal. Chris, unreal 25K. Happy holidays to you. Happy holidays to everyone in the stream chat. We've just reached our goal to produce a Light in the Darkness radio plays. Yes, the story of supernatural investigator Rico Kazak and his gang of misfits as they go around Manifest and they investigate the weirdest and the wackiest it has to offer to play during break in these streams. We're gonna be able to start work on those now. Start the writing process, the scripting, getting stuff recorded, and getting it edited. But now we can go ahead and get to work on that. We've had this goal up for a while. Thank everyone who donated so much for donating to meet this. Thank you, Chris, for pushing it over the line. We really appreciate you. Y'all are the absolute best, and we're going to get to work on. We've got some wild ideas, and I think those episodes are going to be a lot of fun, and you're going to enjoy them a lot. Thank y'all so much for your support. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Happy holidays. Happy upcoming New Year. And now I will send it over to my colleague, who know her, who love her, Patty G. Musical stylings of Patty G.
Dun, 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 dun,
Hello, everybody. I hope you had a very merry holiday. We did here at Waypoint House, and I think Seth had an okay one too. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There's so much happening on my computer right now. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna focus and not and pretend that I don't need to listen to any of that. In addition to supporting us here live on the stream, we have in addition to having us here live on the stream, you can also head over to our Patreon. It is patreon.com/ManifestTheRPG.
No, you had it right the first time.
I can't hear
it. We
anyway,
can't help you. We have no way to help you.
It'll be in the chat. Don't worry about it. Every month we release a behind the scenes look at what we do here at Waypoint Game Designs, as well as you know what? That's probably the link. And also we have a very cool manifest adventure that we put out that is exclusive to our Patreon backers. And then we also do some other cool stuff that you should check out that I definitely used to have a post-it note that told us what we did, but I did clear off my desk.
The podcast comes out early there.
Anyway, so Dan, if I forgot anything, say it. I'm going to fix all of these alerts that are going off on my computer. I love everybody who's watching right now.
No, she pretty much got it. The podcast comes out a week early on the Patreon if you're a $5 or more subscriber. And I think that's it. And now Tommy, who sits upon a throne of lies, will tell you how your grit can be used. He will tell you the wrong way. And now we play a game, Tommy. What do you say?
Tommy only lies, but Dan only tells the truth.
Oh no.
Your move.
Well, before I get into telling you the truth about the grit economy, I just want to give another shout out to Chris. I didn't know they made bits that big. 25,000 bits, exceedingly knocking out the Light the Darkness radio play. I guess I'm going to I'm just gonna slide this down here. Now it's out. Now it's off screen. Wow, just absolutely wow, killed it. So before we get into the actual play, I do want to draw your attention to these little numbers in the window of every player and the GM. This is our grit. Grit is an expendable resource in Manifest that allows us to manipulate our rolls and make the things we want to have happen better or worse, depending on who you are. So if you want to see more drama, more tension, if you want a more entertaining show, you can give grit to me, the GM, and then I will use that grit to throw extra hurdles in front of these players. You'll notice that only costs you 1,000 channel points.
Worse.
However, if you want to have to pay a tax to these PCs to give them grit so they can do the things they want, you can spend 1,500 of your channel points to give a grit to one of these characters. That's
better. And really ask yourself, who's the middleman there that's implementing that tax?
Higher taxes mean better infrastructure. Just remember that, all right?
Right. And you know what? There's a whole trickle-down effect when it comes to the grit. If you give it to me and I...
This is socialism, damn it. Socialism.
And I spend it, then they get grit. So you're buying grit for them at a discount as long as you let it come through me first. I'll just take that extra 500 channel points off for you for the inconvenience. Okay. So with that out of the way, With that out of the way, and with it looks like Addie has turned off all the alerts on that were ringing in her ears, so I think we are ready to play. But
Do not recommend. Official stance of this stream: do not recommend Windows 11.
uh,
Oh, they're coming for you now.
Oh no.
Man.
But we are going to jump in the actual play after we take a moment to teleport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at very cool character art of these wonderful 4 characters in this campaign.
On a paper
All
plate.
right, and we're back. We are back, and it's time for a quick recap. So, before I do, actually, it's not time for a quick recap yet, because +1 grit to Porter from Fiddler Undone.
Thank you, Fiddler. Keeping me alive as always.
Okay. All right, so, previously on Manifest Actual Play. Our 4 drifters are on the run from Fort Dearborn. Eloise and Gus were taken captive by Brimstone Garrison, experimented on by Ulysses Pruitt, only to find out that Ulysses Pruitt was in fact Owen Lemaire, an Everlight, hundreds of years old, who had possessed Pruitt and was using his clout and abilities to achieve his own dastardly plan, which was to create some sort of serum that he injected in himself and then also gave to Leo Riggs in exchange for the location of an old relic he was after. Now, Owen removed himself from the situation by shooting himself in the head as Pruitt and then teleporting away in his ghost body. And Leo Riggs left Eloise and Gus to die, basically. However, Dex and Porter, along with a team of drifters that they hired, assisted Eloise and Gus in their escape, killing Captain Desmond Schaefer in the escape. Not killing Henry Fawcett of Black Star Mercenary Company, though, but destroying the piece of proto-martyr technology that he had that, if Porter was able to acquire, would buy him out of his kind of never-ending debt to the family, for them not murdering him. Basically, he owes the family for not murdering him. It's a good racket they got. Now, they escaped the Fort Dearborn territory and entered, I believe, It's Liberty City territory. In the mountains, the northern part of the Malachite Mountains, they arrived at Dexter's basically home. Dex is where Dex was raised. The guild hall of the Wardens of the Silent Peak, a gunslinger guild hall where Dex underwent his final trial in becoming a true gunslinger and becoming a warden of the Silent Peak. He did a ritual called the Ascent, where he basically free climbed a massive mountain, went into a cave, faced off against a Gaurau, which is effectively a dragon, and acquired his guild belt and his gunslinger guns. While that was going on, the other three remained at the guild hall. Porter got roped into rudimentary gunslinger training, or so it seems, even though all he's been doing has been slapping water in the cold for almost a week now. But hey, Porter, you're not doing it alone anymore. A few days ago, Alf Ralston joined you. And the two of you have been under the tutelage of Warden Monaghan, who has been not really telling you why you're doing what you're doing, but continuing to tell you to do it. But at least you have some company, Porter, as Alf is there, and Alf seems extremely determined to succeed, even though he doesn't know what success looks like in this situation. So that is what's been going on with Porter. Gus had a heart-to-heart with Dex's mentor, Isabel Guerrero, who they exchanged some thoughts and ideas about the path of a gunslinger and the best way to help people turn their life around, similar to how Alf is on a trajectory for potentially becoming a better person than he was when we met him in episode 6 or whatever it was. Eloise drafted, redrafted, and redrafted a LRC message that she wrote out and had sent to Constance Grove with a warden to be basically sent to send a message to her family, to her sibling Clover, in Ion Harbor. And that message contained effectively I guess it's not an admission to want to come home. It was just a willingness to come home if it would solve her friend's problems. She would return home as long as I believe at least Porter Janus was mentioned by name. I don't know if the rest were, but Porter Janus needed to be helped and taken care of. So that's the message Eloise sent off, and all three of them were there as an aircraft returned to the guild hall, and their friend Dex Bailey set foot into the light of the sun with his freshly made guild buckle, this large circular buckle with two Gauraus kind of eating each other in a circle on his belt, and two true gunslinger pistols on his hip, just like what you just saw in his character art. Dex's image is now fully complete. The guns and buckle finally on his person. So that is there's a little bit of celebration, like everyone kind of like cheers and claps as Dex comes down the tower. You see up nearby the aircraft, you see Monaghan basically getting cornered by Isabel, who has the biggest smile on her face as she holds out her hands for some amount of spurs that he hands her in a pouch. As she had bet that Dex would complete the ascent in a week, and he did. Dex, you get down on the ground, and you are approached by Ariana Abbott, Blair O'Neill, Nico Mose, and Kat Mullins, who kind of push up to the front of the crowd, and Ari just runs up and gives you a huge hug. And then Nico comes up and like slaps you on the shoulder. Blair and Kat stand off to the side. Blair like gives you like a nod and a thumbs up, and Kat is like looking at the guns and the buckle, like seeming to study them. Not like coveting them, like as if she
No, I get it. There's an intensity there.
And Ari pulls back and like looks at the buckle, looks at you, and just like smiles and says, "I knew it."
Thank you. I thank you for believing in me.
Never stopped.
All
And Nico's like, "So, how was it?"
Cold.
That's it. That's all we get. Just cold. And then Blair walks up, puts a hand on Nico's shoulder, and goes, "You know how it is. He can't talk about it. What happened over there is for him to know." And Nico's like, come on. I mean, you could. I mean, sure. We won't talk about it.
Okay. I'll give you one other thing.
Kat raises an eyebrow.
Sometimes it was important.
They actually all look a little confused at that, and Nico's like, "What? Huh?" And then like Ari kind of walks over and like it seems to have a silent exchange with Blair, who looks over his shoulder and sees Eloise and Gus and Porter kind of like either approaching or standing kind of off to the side. And Blair goes, "Let the warden have his walk of fame. Come on. Let's go. Nico, you can ask him all the questions you want." "How am I supposed to ask him questions? He's probably going to go off in range for the next like 6 months. Come on.
I am so curious how long it takes Nico to realize I lit 3 huge fires.
Yeah.
Later, we cut to later that week in the commissary. Nico's got a spoon half his mouth. God, son of a bit. Okay, all right.
Oh, I fucking get it. That's because he lit the fires. God damn it. Ari turns back right before she leaves and just kind of gives you a smile and says, "Are you going to see the twins before you go?"
There's time.
And then she just kind of like smiles and looks you up and down, looks at like the buckle, and then turns back, and Blair is like looking back. They've like made a few steps away, and she's like, I'm coming. And she rushes to catch up with your group of friends that you came up with here in the Silent Peak. And now you turn to your new friends, Eloise, Porter, and Gus, standing there before you. As like the crowd starts dispersing, they were there, they wanted to see the guns. They a lot of people like patting you on the shoulder, being like, good job. Like many people who were part of your life and your training, stewards and wardens alike, as well as other novitiates who you kind of knew, who weren't like necessarily part of your like tight social circle, but like you had a positive exchanges with. Like there's a lot of people like kind of just like letting you know that they support you, and then they move to give you your space. As Eloise, Porter, and Gus stand there. The last thing before it's kind of just the 4 of you standing there is that one of the stewards, Clara, walks up to you, Dex, and says, your friend with an eye patch, with the eye patch, told me to give this to you when you got back. and she hands an envelope to you that says Bailey on it in like a rough scrawl.
Yeah, I'll open it up real quick. If it's a long letter, I don't read it now, but if it's
It is about 2 paragraphs.
I save it for later.
Cool. You take a glance at it, make sure it's not just like "fuck you" or something.
Or like, I make sure it's not something that's like terrifying and urgent from Arthur Ross.
Yeah. The first sentence you read is "Howdy, boss. Me and the ladies are shipping out before you get back. So here's hoping you ain't dead on the side of a mountain."
Great. I can read this later. Yeah, I walk up to the group. And I look at Eloise before anyone has a chance to talk. Told you I was coming back.
You did. I'm glad you were right.
Yeah, Gus is already like, I think the second part of this conversation is obscured as Gus gives you a very large hug.
You were Gus. I
got to him first. Go faster. Dex, we're so happy for you. I mean, there's never really any doubt. We weren't hoping, we were just sort of waiting for you to come back. But hey, great job.
Thank you. It's really good to see you guys.
Really glad he didn't freeze to death.
I think Porter actually got closer to freezing to death during this week.
Oh, I came close to losing a finger. That's not a joke there.
Porter, are you wearing the squint attire that you were given?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think, he hung his clothes up to dry and they've just been hanging there. He's going whole hog into this thing.
Oh. I didn't expect that.
It's it's not like I'm a novitiate or anything, but they've been having me, slap the water.
No, those are squint clothes.
Right. That's right. I'm still figuring out the hierarchy. Yeah. You're right. I'm glad you're back.
Thanks. So you slapped water for a week?
Whole week?
I didn't know you had it in you. And then I wriggle out of Gus's hug that I assume has continued for the entirety of this.
Gus allows it. What's
yeah.
I
assume it's not like it's like hey,
that's fair.
And I give Eloise a big hug.
I return it. It's tighter than you might expect at first. And you're gonna have to show them to me so I can clean them for you. I know you clean them, but you don't ever clean them right.
That's Eloise, you're the smartest person I know. That's just wrong. Incorrect. Wholeheartedly. 100%. As Dex starts walking everyone back inside to the warmth. But you can take a look at them while I clean them.
I could just give you a couple pointers.
Oh my
Are
God.
you okay?
Yeah, I'm a little beat up from the weather, but otherwise I'm good.
Good.
Was it what you expected?
Yes and no.
Well, I can tell you that belt buckle is something else. You look sharp, friend.
Thank you. We're on a bit of a time crunch here, but there is one stop I would like to make before we leave.
Sure. I mean, I still have to pack and maybe clean up a little bit.
Yeah, let's give you a night to rest, and maybe we can go in the morning.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. Tommy, would I know? Are you allowed to have other people with you for the tattoo?
For the later part when they're doing the actual tattooing, yes, but effectively the consultation beforehand
no.
is an extremely personal.
Okay. That makes sense. That's what I thought. Yeah, let's get some food, and then yeah, I wanna hear about your week. Mine, it was a mountain. It was cold. I climbed it. Um, and I can't really. I'm not allowed to really give you more details than that. So I want to hear what you guys got up to.
As you make your way towards the hall to like sit down and have some food, Isabel does catch up with you, Dex. She's already, congratulated you on the fly over and everything, but she comes over, puts a hand on your shoulder, just like still beaming ear to ear, and she goes, just so you know, I went ahead and talked to Boskert. He knows that you have business that you need to take care of before he points you in any direction.
Good. I appreciate that.
Of course. I'll leave the four of you to it. Take care of him, all right? She says to the three of you.
Yeah, it'll be pretty mutual, I think.
And then she takes a couple steps back and
hey, how much did you win? What did you bet on me?
Don't forget to say goodbye before you leave. And then she turns and walks off. +1 grit to Dex from Fiddler Undone.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think Dex is eating nothing but like trail rations for a week and is interested in food that has been cooked. It doesn't even have to be good, just cooked.
Yeah. So you guys are able to grab a bunch of food, sit down, occasionally interrupted by people coming and like either just coming up and like acknowledging like Dex with like a nod, or full on like saying like congratulations, Bailey. And like just like or like silent like touches on the shoulder or anything, as people are just like taking a moment to acknowledge Dex's triumph of the ascent. I can't breathe anymore all of a sudden because I breathed in my own saliva. But talks amongst yourselves.
So tell me about your week. What did you guys get up to? How did you like the guild hall?
Well, I didn't really spend much time out and about. I just mostly read.
Yeah. I mean, it's really nice up here. It's pretty cold, but once you run around, and they got a lot of wood to chop, which was nice. Got to meet some folks. Had some tea with Isabel. Real strong stuff. I got very hammered off from the tea. But yeah, it was a nice time.
Yeah, I spent most of my time, just slapping water, getting frostbite, healing from the frostbite, slapping some more water. Monaghan really, he's a good trainer, but I'm still not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be learning from slapping the water. But it's been challenging. It's been challenging.
Yeah, Monaghan. We never really got along, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I was just trying to, because Isabel had me do the, shoot the nail into the post thing, and so I wanted to see where it all started, and I didn't expect that to be. For some reason I thought that'd be like a high level thing, like you're figuring out your durability, your independence from your body and all that, and I didn't know that you have to break that force. That's surprising.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. I guess we're leaving. You probably won't really be slapping water much longer.
Maybe we could bring some water.
Had to find some cold too.
It doesn't have to
Yeah.
be cold.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Is that part of it? It doesn't have to be cold.
Well, no, I mean like it will always be cold. You were out in the pagoda.
Right.
It will always be cold in the pagoda, but that's only part of it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I learned a bunch of the stuff too. I punched a bunch of nails into the wood, and I slapped the water once, and then I tried to slap it again, and it flinched. Yeah, that did a bunch of stuff. I'm pretty much a punch slinger now, I guess is what they call me. Belt
bet.
buckles in the
I've
mail.
heard them call him that. Yeah.
Yeah, they got it on a nomad pack around here somewhere, but probably get a buckle pretty soon.
That's great, Gus. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thanks.
That laugh is in character from Dex.
Yeah. So wait, do we know where the Legionnaires are going to be?
Oh, we know what Caldwell told us.
Hmm.
Which is enough of a heading to get started, but Hardwood Forest is huge.
Yeah, you know that it lies on the Flagstone River, which is a tributary that breaks off of. It's one of thousands of tributaries that break off of the Pilgrimage River, in the Heartwood Forest. I do have a question for Porter. I know that you used to transit cargo from Markham's Landing across Lake Alejandro through the channels in the waste, like the man-made channels in the waste.
That's right.
And then occasionally you even went across Lake Jacobson, right?
I believe. Hold on. I'm looking at the map right now, so I can make sure this is accurate.
Lake Jacobson is like the lake. It's like the big one that's like the
Yeah.
size of an ocean.
Yeah. That's exactly right. So yeah, he would cross Lake Jacobson. I think he stopped both in Jacobstown and went to Ion Harbor as well.
Okay. Well, you would not quite to direct Iron Harbor, probably. There's not actually a direct channel that
It wasn't. No, that was part of it. Was going to Ion Harbor because we had a ship specifically made to traverse the swamps.
Cool. So yeah, I was curious if you ever made it to Glenspire.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you actually the however many times you did make the trip to Glenspire, you went up the Pilgrimage River, up through the Heartwood Forest, and to Glenspire. It's not like you know the place like, inside and out, but like you're like, yeah, the Flagstone, it's one of thousands of tributaries. And like when I say like it's like a tributary, like it's like the Flagstone River is like massively long in its own right, much more narrow than the Pilgrimage River, which is about 7 to 8 miles wide at its widest point. So like the Pilgrimage River is quite large, so the vehicles you like the ships you took could never traverse like the many tributaries that break off of it, because you would sail on massive cargo barges. But yeah, so this is an area of the garden that you might not be like extremely familiar with, but you have traversed before. And so you at least know how to get to the Flagstone River where it meets the Pilgrimage River.
Sure, absolutely. Would I happen to know any Legionnaires in that area from my travels?
Absolutely not. No, you had no idea. No one knew. You didn't know that that there was a Gunslinger Guild Hall on the Flagstone River. You had no idea. The locations of Gunslinger Guild Halls are relatively well protected secrets.
Sure. If nothing else, I know the area and how to get there, and then maybe once we're closer, we could happen upon some legionnaires or something and show them the guns and tell them our story.
I honestly think, given your history, Porter, because I wasn't sure if you'd ever actually. I knew that you didn't always make the full long trips, but they did pay the best. So, but Glenspire, yeah. However many times you made it to Glenspire, you probably know, based on where you guys are, if you're wanting to use the Pilgrimage River as your kind of like entry point to the Flagstone River, which makes sense because it's the part that you know. Meoponto is going to be the settlement that gets you closest, puts you in the best position. The couple of times that you've made it all the way to Glenspire, there's been like 1 or 2 times where your ship would your barge would like stop, and then they'd send like skiffs over to Meoponto for like a couple deliveries and some resupply and stuff like that. Meoponto is it's basically just a docking settlement. But you know that that's a place that you could go and get your hands on a boat, or either buy a water vessel or hire a water vessel to take you into the Heartwood Forest, whichever of the two. Like, you have means to get in that way. Otherwise, if you guys were going to try and fly the Rumbling Retail, you're gonna have a really hard time finding somewhere remotely safe to land that thing. The Heartwood Forest is pretty well known for having extremely thick and often dangerous vegetation. It is a massive rainforest of type of terrain, with tons of changes in elevations and relatively no trodden trails or settlements. There are tribes that live there, and apparently there's at least 1 or 2 gunslinger guilds that live within there. But as far as like places to land a helicopter, as far as you know, Porter, non-existent.
Now we're in the Bonesaw Mountains, is that right?
No, you are in the northern Malachite Mountains. You are north of Alana's Gate and west of Uphill.
I see. So if anything else, I mean, rather than taking, we could fly Rumbling Retail probably to a town where I could park it and then take the river the rest of the way to Meoponto.
That is at least as far as your knowledge of the region, especially without like having to roll to like know more. Like, just given the fact that like this is literally one of the channels that you traversed in your job as a dock worker. Yeah, this is that is what you know, just given.
Yeah. Right, yeah. I kind of got us to the guild, but if nothing else, what would be the settlement, or not settlement? It'd probably be a town. Would it be Sunrise, Short Hill?
For what?
For a place to park the.
Oh, Meoponto, you can park. You know that you can park
it there.
Yeah,
right. Okay, cool.
Meoponto has a shipyard, and a shipyard. Their stables are part shipyard, and also have enough space that like you could stable the Rumbling Retail there.
Good. Yeah. So I don't know. We can't land the chopper in inside the forest itself, but we can get there. We can get to Meoponto and maybe find our next place from there. What do you think?
Wait, okay, I got a maybe a dumb question, but last time we had to fly to a gunslinger place, we just landed it at the gunslinger place. We not just fly it to wherever we're going and land there?
We don't know where it is. We know generally where it might be.
We like fly it over the river until we got there, or is that not?
I doubt we'd be able to see it from the air, just, knowing how secretive gunslingers tend to be. Is that wrong, Dex?
No. Oh,
Ain't it a full castle?
So I ain't the nature one, around or here or whatever. But it's my understanding from school is that the Heartwood Forest is extremely dense canopy. You can't see, like, the rivers like disappear underneath the greenery, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are places where you can kind of peek through and break through, but even in those places, there's vegetation that could take you down easy as that.
Also, Gus brings up a point when he said it's basically a castle. Eloise, you saw what you believe to be the guild hall of the Legionnaires. It is castle-like in size and shape, and you recall that very iconic thick canopy of the Heartwood Forest being present in that vision.
Actually, now I remember. I mean, I've seen at least what it used to look like, and the canopy is like, it is a big castle, but it's kind of hidden by the like vegetation.
Okay,
So like
it's just
I think we could probably I think we could probably spend days or weeks trying to land there, but then we don't know anybody there. I feel like gunslingers are just liable. I think
Gus, have you
Alistair
ever?
Caldwell would have just shot us if we landed there uninvited.
Gus, have you ever been to the Heartwood Forest?
yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. Look, I ain't never been to the Heartwood Forest, but where I come from in the garden, we got a lot of different ghost stories, and all of them begin like it's late at night in the Heartwood Forest. There's 3 different ones about a tree that'll eat you, and each of the trees eat you in sort of a different way. And that's like,
That's not just a ghost story. Those are real.
yeah. So that's really mostly why I bring up the question is I would love personally to not.
Helicopter can't fly forever. At
No,
some point, we'll have to land it, and if we're not in a place to land it when we're scouring the Heartwood Forest, it's gonna crash.
yeah,
And it will
no.
be worse to crash in the Heartwood Forest than it will be to get a boat and sail through the Heartwood Forest.
I'm fine if we can't, but if you'd spent the sleepless nights that I had as a kid, you would have to ask the question too. It's just, there's one of them that lives behind you until it lives all over you. That one's bad. There's so many bad ones.
Do you not want to go, Gus?
I mean, we gotta go. Look, we gotta go. Like, it's the next place we gotta go, and we gotta do the thing. Like, I don't love go. Okay, look.
I put
okay,
down like my, I
I'm
put
not,
down
I'm
my
not afraid of the
silverware.
Heartwood Forest.
I put my silverware down and I sort of like cross it as if I'm like done and I go. Gus.
Yeah.
Do you really think that there's something in the Heartwood Forest that you can't punch to death?
I don't know. There's a story about an airman and he jumps in your
Gus?
lungs and then he turns into a real man. I can't punch that. You tell me how to punch that.
I'm giving a grit to Roman.
Well deserved. Yes.
I mean, you can punch the air. Isn't that how you practice? I've seen you do it on your runs.
Hey, look, I'm not scared of the Heartwood Forest.
It's okay if you are.
Cat. No, I ain't a fraidy cat.
Gus,
they said that
nothing is scarier than what we've already done.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I guess, yeah. We were in.
Your options are you stay here.
No, I'm going.
Or you
I ain't
come
afraid of the
with
Heartwood
us.
Forest. I don't know why we keep saying it.
Like,
you are the only one who's been saying it.
No, because you said oh, we're fine. Let's go. I'm good. I'm getting a great night's sleep tonight.
Gus, I promise, you will be mostly safe in the Heartwood Forest. There's like a
Porter,
90%
don't make
chance
promises you can't keep.
I said 90%, didn't
and
I?
I get up and I take my dishes and I clear them away.
90%. Okay, that's pretty good. 90%'s good. I've been in lower percents than that. We've been in lower percents than that this month.
That's you're not wrong there. Gus,
Okay.
Gus, we're here for
Yeah.
you, all right?
Right?
We're not gonna leave your
Yeah.
side. We're all gonna make it through. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's just the heart. It's just a heartwood forest. It's fine. There ain't
It's just
nothing
trees.
in there.
I think Dex stays for like just a little bit longer this conversation and then follows Eloise.
There ain't a 40-foot tall working or nothing.
No,
dang
no,
thing.
just regular size workings.
It's a regular size one. That's fine. I'll chase them off.
Yeah, and there's like the ad forest arche as well. You know, the green fur, and ones you really got to worry about are hide behinds.
Okay. See, that's the one I heard about, and I thought was just a ghost story. So that one's a real one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's a real one. They're rare. They're not. You know,
Porter,
we probably won't
hey,
run into one.
let's say here. You tell me about all the real ones, so I can try to figure out which ones I got to be worried
I
about.
can tell the ones I know about.
Gus, unsettling number of them are real ones.
Oh, sorry. All three of the trees are real? I thought for sure one or two had to be made up. The one with the pit and the poison, that one's real, you're telling
That
me?
one will get you. That one sneaks up on you. Yeah.
Porter. They can speak to you in your brain? Oh, Porter. Oh, Porter. No wonder. This is such a gunslinger place to be. Dang it. God dang it.
Well, they had to shoot everything.
Dex, you're able to catch up with Eloise unless Eloise is particularly sneaky.
No, I'm not hiding. I just cleared my plate and went to go pick.
Yeah, so I'll go find Eloise in her room. What's going on?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Okay. You held on a little tighter than you usually do when you gave me a hug. And obviously something is wrong between you and Porter.
I mean, that's it. Porter doesn't seem to. I don't want to guess at what Porter is anymore. It used to be easy when we used to be friends, and then something changed, and now, you know, after everything, maybe I changed and he didn't, but he used to understand me, and he used to make the world make sense, and he's the most confusing part of it now. And I'm tired of waiting for him not to hurt my feelings. So I decided that if Porter ever becomes ready to help the world make sense again, then that's on him. I'm not. His whole life, this whole life, he's had people taking care of him, and I don't need to be that. And Gus is. I can't talk to Gus. The thing that Gus and I need to talk about before anything else neither of us wants to talk about. So we're gonna do what we're gonna do the thing that I made happen or helped make happen, didn't stop. We're gonna clear our names and then we're gonna figure out the rest. But I'm not Porter's caretaker, and he's not so charming anymore.
Well, really sorry for your sake that that's the way it's turned out. Because you don't know. Who am I now?
You were Gus for a second, but now you're back to being Dex.
Oh, well, god dang.
Very good. Sorry about that.
You don't deserve to be hurt in the way you have been by everything we've gone through. Least of all the people by your side. But I'm proud of you for making that decision.
I think I should have made it probably a long time ago.
Everyone gets there at their own speed.
People are still confusing, and I think even more so now. The more people I meet, the less they fit into patterns. So there's a lot more guessing. I don't really like that. So I'm proud of you too. I mean,
Thanks.
everybody says that they knew you could do it. But I don't want to lie. Because if it was about shooting, there wouldn't be a trial.
It's a very astute observation.
If it was about shooting, they just have everybody watch.
I think Dex gives Eloise another hug. I wasn't there with you in Brimstone. I can't know what that was, and I know you and Gus eventually are going to have to talk about that, and I can't and shouldn't fix whatever's broken between you and Porter. But I'm here. And if you want to talk, I'm around.
Unless you go climbing another mountain for a week.
I told you I was coming back.
Yeah, you did. Imagine that. Dexter Bailey not lying. Weird.
Plus, you know my name. I'm always around if you want.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt.
I probably would not have answered in that particular instance, but I promise you, if it will not get me killed, I will answer.
Deal. So, we're going to have to stop for fuel, is the thing. Unless we get really lucky.
I can talk with the stewards. There might be fuel to spare.
We don't have anything else to give them. The peak's been real nice, and I don't want to take anything more.
You're not. I am.
I don't know that makes it better.
I do think you both probably know that Porter has 2 fuel cubes.
And Gus did donate a premium fuel cube while we were
Yeah, we had to use that. You had to use that.
We used that one. And
Yeah,
I don't think that I know that Porter has that.
Oh, fair. All right.
I'll see what I can do. But there are some perks associated with completing the ascent.
Yes, free fuel cubes. It's the most important one.
Yep, 100%. Or anything else. Come off the mountain. They say all the fuel cubes you can have.
That's good to know. Maybe I should become a gunslinger then. Free cubes.
All right, I'll come find you later.
Okay.
I'm gonna go talk to the twins.
What's that?
Uh,
Oh, is it a secret that you can't tell me because of things and stuff?
No, but I think it might be better as a surprise.
Okay. I do also have something that I need to tell you, but it can wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Then Dex heads off.
Dex heads off and goes into a part of the Silent Peak Guild Hall that doesn't get a lot of foot traffic. It is a solitary building, kind of off from the rest, kind of built into the side of one of the like many stony structures that make up this like part of the mountain. He goes away into there, and you guys don't see him until the next day.
In that meantime, can Porter work on some tonic?
Absolutely, yeah. What do you want to? What do you want to make up?
Now, I've never done this before. Sorry. Where'd my? Oh, there it is. I've never done this before, so you're gonna have to tell me if this is a possible thing. But oh no, where's my face? Should I go up, down? Oh.
We're good. We're good.
All right.
Roman's just having some connectivity issues. No big deal.
Sorry, y'all. I'll be back in good old Kansas tomorrow.
Woo.
Right. Oh, you know what? Actually, I just realized I don't have any more healing tonics, so I just want to make some healing tonics.
Okay.
For chore.
Tier 1, 2, 3.
It's gonna
4.
Tier 4. No tier. It's just gonna be tier 2.
You can make it tier 4 if you want.
As much as I'd love to. And I'm not gonna make the mistake that I've made before. But let me first make my roll. As I find this really. All right. So I'm gonna make 4 of them. I have a +1.
Yeah, these are tier 1 tonics.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, these are gonna be not gonna take you a long time to make.
No, tier 2.
Oh, tier 2. Okay, so this will take you. If you nail it in one roll, it'll still take you the better part of today.
Yeah, I need 4 successes. I've got my +1. I've got another +1 with the forced aid kit, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm gonna roll ability there. Okay, here we are. Oh, that's nice. Hey, that's lovely. Oh yeah, that's 4 successes.
All right. Yeah, you make it. So that takes you most of the day, but you brew up 4 tier 1 healing tonics, and they have no side effect.
It's tier 2.
Shit. You make 4 tier 2 tier, and they only have 1 side effect. What side effect would you like to give them? You are a pharmacist.
Now, I am fixing. I'm not going to use deaf. I'm not going to use blind for sure. I never did that. I'm definitely not going to use mute because I'm sick of these horrible healing tanks I've been doing. Sorry, bad luck. Remind me what that is.
Seth, this is my favorite side effect of all the tonics. It is hands down my favorite. It reduces the number of natural 20s it takes to trigger a misfire. To a minimum of 1. And it is a long-lasting effect.
Ooh, that's rough.
Is it though? Maybe it's one of the best ones.
I mean, the rest of the side effects I could do are just so important. What about shortness of breath?
Shortness of breath, gonna double check to make sure I remember for sure. You basically it makes it more likely that you have to roll fatigue tests as things that would normally be within your scope of athletic ability become harder because you have shortness of breath. So like, for instance, like Porter, who's not extremely athletic, might have to roll, like if he climbed all the way up to the top of like the tower where Dex just landed, like normally I wouldn't make you roll a fatigue test, but if you were suffering from shortness of breath, which is a long lasting effect, then I would have you roll to resist damage with a fatigue test.
That makes sense.
Also, Tommy, that's not what bad luck does. Bad luck makes 18s and 19s count as natural 20s.
You're
as
correct.
long last.
Yes. Thank you.
Ooh.
I forgot. Yeah. My mind went back to a way earlier build of bad luck.
What you described is an injury.
Yeah, there's an injury that
it's
does
one of
that.
their injuries.
Yeah. Yeah, bad luck makes 18, 19, and 20, which always fail anyways, but they make them all count as natural 20s, which increases your likelihood of getting misfires, but also potentially more importantly, makes them lock in similar to the way that natural 20s do.
Okay. All right. You know, that's
Still my favorite.
That's better and different and interesting. So that one is better than shortness of breath. I will do bad luck. You're too excited.
Oh god, just hearing about bad luck makes me feel like Porter might need this. +1 grit to Porter from Argitlam.
Thank you very much. This is so stupid. Why did I do this? Why do I do this to myself, Tommy?
I love it.
Oh, and sorry, that takes me how long?
That takes you most of the day. You basically have to, if you're trying to make another set of tier 2, you're going to have to sacrifice sleeping, or continue on to, like, you're not getting it done before the next day comes. If you do a tier 1 though, you have time to make a batch of tier 1 tonics if you want.
Yeah, I am gonna do. No, I don't. You know, I can I start on a tier 3?
You can start. You can start on a tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4. All of those are fine. That you just won't finish them tonight unless you want to stay up all night, which I don't assume you want to.
No, I absolutely not going to do that. I'm going to do a tier 3 +1 personal skills attribute. Sorry, skills and attribute. So it's a +1 personality skills and a +1 attribute.
Okay, there we go. I was like, that's not a tier 3. Yeah, okay. So +1 to all skills in the personality skill group, and then also +1 to the personality attribute. That makes for a tier 3 tonic. That will take you every time you roll. You have to wait 3 days before you can roll again.
Yeah, excellent. Love that. 15s again.
Oh, I guess while I'm thinking about it, I did want to read Arthur Ross's letter before I go see the twins.
Sure. Okay. Can do.
Quickly spending 2 grit to play to the gallery so I can count and roll the 16.
Okay.
Oh, that's lovely. I'm getting all my good rolls out at once. Oh, that's 5 successes there.
Okay, you are very close to completing these. You will have to wait 3 days and then roll again. But you have 5 out of the 6 necessary.
And last thing, yeah, never mind. I figured it out on my own.
Cool. Yeah, Dex, as you're making your way over to the Sanctum of the Twins, you read Arthur Ross's letter. It reads, "Howdy, boss. Me and the ladies are shipping out before you get back, so here's hoping you ain't dead on the side of a mountain. If you ask me, anyone betting against you is running on an empty bean can. Now, you're a damn fine gun hand, Bailey. Now, I ain't ever been to a guild hall before, but it seems like your wardens are the real deal. It's a shame I like you, because I hear you and yours have a steep bounty hanging overhead. Now, I could pocket a healthy finder's fee for pointing some hard-working gun hands in your direction. Hell, we could even split the fee if you want a heads up about a time and a place. I figure we could send a batch of bounty hunters from each territory your way before people caught wise to the setup. You just let me know if you're interested in scuffing up that new buckle of yours. If not, stay safe out there. And if you ever have the spurs to foot the bill, I'm happy to cause some chaos wherever you need me. Otherwise, just keep shooting, friend. Ross.
It's a very sweet letter. Really hope I don't have to shoot him.
Eloise and Gus, you getting up into anything this evening? Or are we moving on to the next day?
I just do some pre-flat checks, make sure that the
Rumbling Retail's
anything
good. It had some damage from the escape. It has been repaired.
Okay. Yeah, then I don't have much else going on.
Cool.
I think Gus tosses and turns a little bit and realizes he can't get to sleep. And then he goes and like knocks on Isabel's door. Is like, "Hey, can I get some tea from you real quick?"
Isabel opens the door. How late is it like extremely late in the night? Like what?
Not extremely late. He wouldn't be that inconsiderate, you know. If there's light under the door, basically he knocks. I don't want to make this a whole thing.
The light will be under the door. I'm just curious how, like, are we talking like midnight, 2 a.m., 5 a.m.?
Between midnight and 1, probably. Where the worry sets in of like, I should be asleep.
Sure. Yeah. So you knock on the door. Isabel is still wearing her gunslinger garb. She opens the door, sees you, you ask for the tea, and she goes, "Come on in, we can drink it together."
Great.
Thank you. You don't want it to be a whole thing, but Isabel does. So you sit down.
I'm happy to share a drink with her, sure.
Yeah, she shares a drink with you. She goes, "Heading out in the morning?"
Yeah, we're headed for the Heartwood Forest.
All right, that makes sense, I suppose. What's in the Heartwood Forest?
Another guild. I made a promise to a gunslinger before he died that I'd return his guns to where they need to go.
Legionnaire or Calibor?
Legionnaire.
All right. Well, I hear they have some lively parties when they decide to let themselves have parties.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to compare and give you a review someday.
What brings you here, Gus?
Oh, we were talking about the Heartwood Forest, and I can't. I heard all the stories growing up, and I was tossing and turning a little bit, and I realized I could maybe get to sleep a little earlier if I drink, and maybe I want to talk to you about it a little bit.
You're scared of some trees?
There's here. Have you heard about the 3 different trees?
I've been in the Heartwood Forest, Mr. Gurley.
Oh, so you've seen the 3 different trees?
I've seen a few different trees.
Okay.
Had a tree try to murder me once.
Yeah, see, those are the trees in particular that I'm worried about.
I thought you might. Well, it ain't gonna be safe, but it's no more dangerous than the Golden Spike Saloon at 2 a.m.
That cannot be true. I've been in the Golden Spike Saloon at 2 a.m.
No? She like kind of gestures as if that's the point she's making.
All right, I guess I'll take your word for it. I don't know. I heard the stories growing up. It's no big deal. I just I gotta do what I gotta do to get this thing over with, I think.
From what I can tell, if you gotta do something, you do it.
Yeah, we all sort of been doing stuff that we got to do. I'm really looking forward to a time where we can start doing stuff that we want to do, stuff that we think is gonna do good for others.
What is it you want to do?
I don't know. I want to settle down a little bit. I want to get out of this stuff. Maybe I don't know. It's dumb. but there's a preacher who used to come through the girly homestead growing up, and he really taught us a lot about, the verities and honest path and how we could follow it and give us good advice, but also is moving around and seeing the world. And I don't know, the more I think about it, maybe that's something I want to do. I mean, I'd love to see the world. I'd sort of love to settle down. I've got my there's a place I'm thinking about settling down, but I don't know if that place wants to have me settle down there.
What's her name?
Her name's Saoirse. She's great.
She holds up her glass to Saoirse.
The Saoirse.
Clink. She takes a sip, sits there for a second, kind of repositions, and then holds up her glass again and goes, "To Gus Gurley, wandering preacher." Got a nice ring to it.
It's not so bad.
Look, Mr. Gurley, my boy wouldn't hang around with you as long as he has and been through the things that you two have been together. If you couldn't handle your own. That's the thing they teach us up here. Where other gunslinger guilds might be willing to play with the scales of how many good people die to make a bad person die. Not here. We only have people come along with us if we think they can handle it. If it's really their choice. And it ain't a dumb one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Dex he's been very clear. There's been no playing of scales out there. Well, Porter does sometimes, sort of off the trail when it's nighttime, but that's a different thing, I think.
Drugs, right?
No, scale on his sort of instrument. He'll play some scales.
Oh, you went a different direction. I was not ready for that. Do you smell the fumes coming out of his room right now?
Yeah, he does that. He does that a lot. It's usually for the best.
Well, it's an interesting odor, that's for sure.
Yeah, you get used to it. Start not to mind.
Well,
Heck, I shoveled enough barns to get used to a lot of odors.
well, if you're having a hard night sleeping, you need this more than I do. And she slides over what is left of the bottle.
Thanks.
You go ahead. You self-medicate as much as you need to, Mr. Curley.
I appreciate. I'll just take sort of one. Yeah, nope, that'll do me. That's enough tea for me, I think.
All right.
But, thank you, Isabel, for everything. Really.
Thank you. Look, I mean, it's the nature of being a warden. There's not that many of us out there. We don't do a lot out there in the world together. Now that Dex has gotten his buckle, I expect to see him even less than I have when he's been on the right. We'll cross paths here and there, but he's on his own journey now. I got him where I got him, and he's gonna kick some ass out there. I know that.
Yeah, that ain't no doubt. And I don't know, maybe y'all can like LRC or stuff, chat back and forth. You gotta keep in touch, you know.
Yeah.
Gotta keep in touch with the folks who are important to you. That's important. While you can, you gotta keep in touch.
It gets hard, but
Sure, but I appreciate the effort.
yeah. I expect
You
I'll
will too.
keep him around when I can, but he's gonna be busy. I taught him right. He's not gonna just sit idle.
Yeah.
You,
yeah,
however, are going to be by his side for as long as you're by his side.
Yeah. No, I don't know if he. I think after a while his side's gonna be pretty all right, but for now, yeah, for sure, side by side. He's more towards the back. I'm more towards the front, but we're side adjacent.
All right, Mr. Gurley, you get some sleep.
Yeah. No, thanks, Isabel. I appreciate you. I guess like takes like a an uneasy step out of the room. Is like, well, great. Then walks back and goes to sleep.
Cool. Eloise, were you doing anything that evening?
Just the pre-flat check,
Cool,
and
cool,
then that's it.
The day comes soon enough. Everyone benefits from a rest, including you, Dex. But the day comes, you start getting your things together. The Eloise has made sure that the Rumbling Retail is fit and ready to fly. And that's when Dex joins the rest of the group.
I mean, you gotta fill me in a little bit. Is the whole thing done?
Mm-hmm.
I think I did want to invite Eloise to the portion she was allowed to be there for.
Okay. So Eloise, while you were sitting there working on the pre-flight check, there's actually not a ton to do. They've repaired it. You're just double checking repairs. There is a point where Clara approaches you and says, Miss Reynolds?
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Hi. Hi.
Warden Bailey would sent for you. He's
Is he okay?
He's receiving a new tattoo, and he asked for me to come and fetch you if you were willing and available.
Sure. I'm not really doing anything. Everything's pretty much set here. I was just seeing if I could fit another bed in here, but only the one fits, so it don't matter. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Lead the way. She like wipes her face, but in so doing, like leaves a smudge across it.
And yeah, Eloise, you are led to this kind of remote building. You enter in, it is hazy, with a sort of smoke. It has many different like scents kind of wafting through it. That's like kind of like incense and other things. As you walk in, there's plenty of candlelight. And you see Dex is shirtless, sitting on a bench, kind of hunched over, as two quite old women are one is they're like probably about like 70s or 80s. One is blind, and she has her hands on Dex's back and she's stretching out the skin on his back. And then the other one, who is sitting there and tapping a kind of rake of needles into Dex's back to start creating the form of a tattoo that they're starting to outline. This is the beginning of the process of Dex receiving a new tattoo. This is probably, it's like the sun has set, because Dex went in like pretty early in the day. So like at this point the sun is set, it's nighttime. It's not quite like late into the evening. Like Gus hasn't gone to Isabel yet. But this process that you've walked into is going to continue for some time. Not that you necessarily know that, but just to give the player the knowledge of how long you are going to be here talking. But yeah, Dex, you're sitting there. The outline is getting close to being done. Okay. As one of the twins is like finishing raking. She looks up, sees Eloise, and goes, "Welcome. Have a seat."
Thank you.
"Do you need any water, dearie?" she says to Dex.
I'm all right for now. Thank you.
As she slowly begins or finishes the outline of the tattoo on Dex's torso.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought
No, I
I'm
mean
gonna
it makes sense.
I'm gonna be here a while. You don't obviously have to stay for the whole thing, but I thought you might like to see part of it.
Sure.
Um, and so I think the front part of it, the outline is totally finished, and they've moved on to the back. Um, and the front part of the outline is like sort of like a stylized image of the punched peaks with the tip of one of the peaks with sort of like the sun and fire around it, around the laser scar from Henry Fawcett. Um, but it also has like basically like a stylized comet coming out of the sky, and then also like Eloise making her sacrifice in like the art style is not the sort of like stained glass cathedral style that you might see of like that, but it like that's the idea basically. And then the back of it is almost a mirror, but instead of the mountains, it's the towers of brimstone. Um, and the back, where the exit wound of the laser scar is the top of the tower with Schaefer on it, and all of the drifters who we hired to come rescue everyone there as well.
Wow. That that's gonna look real nice.
I think so. I think it's a story worth preserving.
Hmm. Well, it looks like it's gonna take a long time. I'm happy to stay for company.
That'd be nice.
Okay.
And I suppose that you need water, young miss?
Oh no, thank you. I'm fine for now.
The blind one says, we also have whiskey.
Oh no, thank you. I don't need that. Thank you.
I will say, so these women are like in their like, mid to upper 70s. The one who is blind has extremely long hair wrapped in a really intricate braid that has been like turned into a bun on the back of her head. And then the other one has a completely shaved head. Other than that, their their body shape and facial structure are identical. However, they're very easy to identify apart regardless of the hair, because of the just purely like customized tattoo work that they have that covers like their necks, part of their face, their ears, their bodies, their hands, their arms, everything you can see has tattoos on it. These are tattoos at a caliber that you would expect to find at a carnival. They have immensely intricate shading, extremely good work with color, like very defined lines. Like these tattoos, like normally when you would see someone with this similar like kind of quality of tattoo, you would have assumed they got it at a carnival, because it's not really common for like a settlement's like barber who could also do tattoos to have the ability to do something that's like that intricate. It's also worth noting, this is something that I've kind of done a disservice of when it comes to describing the various wardens and such in the Punched Peaks. They have everyone has some degree of tattooing on their bodies, similar to Dex's tattoos that he has on his arm with like the kind of like storm in the mountains. That is that similar stylized tattoos is present on every warden and even some of the novitiates.
That's yeah. I've only seen the carnival went after I moved to Waypoint, so I don't have a ton of like experience, but it looks very good.
Yeah. And you can talk with Dex as much as you want during that time, or you can just kind of sit in silence. It is an extremely long process. It goes until sunrise the next day.
I probably fall asleep
Sure.
there, right? Like it's a combination of I don't know when it's okay for me to leave without abandoning him, and then also wanting to stay because it's nice to have companionship. And so probably at some point there's like a pillow or something, or like I take off my jacket and like turn it into a pillow. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna shut my eyes for a
Yeah. Eloise, you wake up. Sun is cracking through one of the thin windows that allows this place to be lit in the day. That same kind of smoky haze is there. And you see these two old women sitting off to the side around a hookah. And Dex with like some of his clothes in arm as he's like getting ready to like put some of them on,
wrapped in cellophane.
Please, the medical process here is much better. They can just spray it and it's fine. It's got to glisten to it. As he kind of touches your shoulder to wake you up, and you see the completed colorized version of the tattoo that you fell asleep watching be put underway in a painstakingly slow process, as they had to clean and dip the rakes in different inks consistently to start coloring it. It was a very long process. The one who is blind continued to hold his skin tight, while the one who is not blind continued to tap the rake into his body. And you see this brilliantly, vibrantly colored tattoo that wraps around the front right side of his torso to the back right side of his torso with those kind of dual images.
That looks great. Aren't you cold? I'm so cold. It's so cold here.
One of the things that it took me a while to learn is that except for a few places where it's the point, it's not cold enough to be dangerous.
That doesn't mean it's not cold, Dex. It's still cold.
Sometimes it's gonna be cold.
No. It's so cold here. Like, have my little like hat that they gave me, a big coat that they gave me, and I've not really changed because it's too cold. I'm from the south.
We're getting out of here soon. You won't have to deal with it much longer. And I promise I won't try to impart any more wisdom of the peak unless you ask for it.
Yeah, so Eloise and Dex make their way to the helicopter, where Gus and Porter are there waiting. And the four of you are able to load up.
I do like ask the quartermaster or whatever, like, can I have some fuel?
If you need fuel, he gives you a fuel cube.
Please do. Thank you. And I walk up with a fuel cube.
Cool. Yeah. So we have our I'd like get the checks going or whatever that I need to do in order to get ready to fly.
Yeah. Dex, I assume you've put on clothes at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's outside. I'm not a madman.
Okay, just making sure that you weren't around being like, check out my new ink.
I think, I'm trying to think if there's any of it that would be visible. I don't think any of it is visible, Lenny's clothes, because like everything you've seen already does like go up his shoulders and is like the top of his shoulders already. So I don't think there's any sign that there's anything new.
Mm-hmm. And the four of you were able to load up into the rumbling retail, and as
I'm on my way there, I'm like, I did make a promise, and I go find Isabel to say goodbye.
You get like halfway to where you expect to find her, and she's just standing there. Almost forgot.
Almost forgot.
All right, I'll walk you. And she walks you to the landing pad. And before you part ways with her, she turns you towards her, gives you a hug, steps back, and goes, "You give them hell. And if you ever need me, you reach out."
Oh, you're allowed to come help now.
I'm not saying I'll come help. I'm saying you should reach out.
All right. It was really good to
Busy
see you.
woman, Bailey.
Oh, and I'm not.
You better be busy. Otherwise, what have I been doing all this time?
Yeah, winning bets, I guess. It was really good to see you.
Left and right. She gives you another hug and then a kiss on the cheek and shoves you on your way.
If I can spot like Ari and Blair and Nico and Kat as we're walking, I'll give them a wave. But
you spot you spot Kat. Kat's looking out a window, watching you as you walk towards the helicopter. You part ways with Isabel. You kind of look back towards the peak, and you see her. She kind of raises both of her eyebrows, and you give her a little bit of a wave.
I signed to her. You can tell Nico sometimes it was dark.
She smiles and says, "Good luck out there." And looks like for a second she wants to like try and have a longer conversation, but then just kind of steps back and lets you continue on your way.
Then I'll hop in the co-pilot seat and do the pre-flight check that I have memorized because I don't know.
You
I
don't know
don't
what
know
everything
what-
does.
I don't know what all of the things are, but Eloise has taught me enough that I have memorized the thing that I am supposed to do to assist here.
Before everybody else arrives, I do turn to Dex and I go, I wasn't hiding this, but I do want you to know that I did reach out to my family. And
Okay.
that might be something that turns up later. Or it might be something that doesn't. That it's not hidden. It's just I haven't really told anybody because I'm sure it will be dramatic, and I didn't want it to be. So,
Okay.
it's not a secret. It's not a secret.
Okay. If you want to talk about it more, let me know. And if you need help, let me know.
Okay.
So this one?
Yeah.
This one is this way?
No.
This way. This way.
Yes.
That's right. This one goes this way.
Yes.
Porter and Gus are able to load into the rumbling retail. The rotors spin. The storm cuts around you as you pull away from the Silent Peak and begin heading towards Meoponto.
That's the plan.
Far to the south, well over the well over the Winona Valley, closer to Glenspire, closer to Lake Jacobson, at near the point where the Pilgrimage River enters the Heartwood Forest. Depending on how you travel, you're looking at probably like 3 to 5 days. With like a little under 3 days being the amount of time you could make it if you traveled like crazy people and constantly rotated, basically the way you went to the Silent Peak when you were on the run from the militia, right? Where you never stop, you never land to set up camp, you never stop.
I don't think anyone in this helicopter is good enough at flying a helicopter that I feel safe doing that.
Yeah, there are a lot of dangerous things in the night, even in the sky. 5 days is if you were to take a slightly more leisurely journey, which I assume you're probably not making.
I think we're like taking long travel days, but at the point where me and Eloise are like tired and need rest,
Yeah.
we do stop and rest. We're not like subbing people in.
Cool. And along the way, you have plenty of settlements you can stop at to if you guys need to do some small shopping. Along the way, like if you need to do some small resupply, you have a few settlements along the way that you can stop at. None of them are particularly big or grand, but they do tend to have general stores and other supplies. So if you guys need some stuff, let me know. And you don't necessarily have to pay for lodging because you can kind of camp around the rumbling retail as you land, and you can like kind of be outside of settlements or just in a safe part of the wilderness to do so. And that will take you about 4 to 5 days of travel. But for now, you pull away from the Malachite Mountains, making the journey probably to the southeast, because I'm going to go ahead and assume you don't want to fly over Fort Dearborn territory, and you definitely don't want to venture too close to the planet-wide famous Watchtower, the garrison of the Fort Dearborn militia that is nearby where you are, relatively speaking, like planet-wide nearby. That is kind of like directly southwest of where you are, and if you were to try and fly directly to Mayo Ponto, you would definitely be in Fort Dearborn airspace and possibly within sight of the Watchtower, an extremely tall garrison in the mountain that bends every single rule of what is internationally understood to be accepted for the location of a garrison, to allow themselves to be as close to the garden as possible. I assume you're skirting around that and going a little bit eastward and then south from there.
Not that impressive a tourist destination, honestly.
And you make your way down towards Mayo Ponto, and that is where we're going to take a quick little break. I got 9:56 on my clock, so we're gonna make it about a 15-minute break, so we should see all of y'all around 10:10-ish Central Time. So refresh your drinks, use the bathroom, predict what's gonna happen in the Heartwood Forest. Will Gus get eaten by a tree? Who knows?
Maybe.
We'll be right back, y'all.
By 3 kinds of trees.
Oh.
Gus is gonna eat a tree.
Oh God.
That was too much.
Hello. We are back from our break. Those of you just joining, we are leaving the Silent Peak. Dex has acquired a new tattoo commemorating some of the trials of his life that he has had recently. And our four drifters have set their destination for Meoponto, a settlement in the south of the garden, in Glenspire territory, just north of the Heartwood Forest along the Pilgrimage River. It's going to take you guys about 4 to 5 days to get there. Along the way, you have time to stop in various settlements as you like land and camp. So my first question coming back from the break is there any resupply or anything like that people need to do in these settlements along the way? Like, not every camp you have will be in one of these settlements. Some of them will be like out in the wilderness, but like you're taking a safe enough travel time that like I don't need to have you roll for like avoiding snallygasters or anything like that. Also, Eloise, if you could roll a fuel test for me as you are operating the Rumbling Retail for the first time this session.
Cool. Also, I don't have any money.
You have 12 spurs.
We as a collective have 12 spurs because that's the only amount left that you didn't spend.
I have 5 spurs. How dare you? I'm a functioning contributor in this group.
Yeah, I definitely I didn't have my most recent the one thing that I forgot to write down on my character sheet was the amount of things in my inventory. So I kind of have an old update. I don't think that I have 29 spurs.
Shoot, did they steal my 5 spurs? Did those brimstone jerks take my 5 spurs?
Yes,
Black Star
did.
guys. God dang it! I had 5. All right, I got no spurs.
Oh, here, take this. I give Gus 5 spurs.
Oh, well, these are your spurs.
Oh no, but look, I have extra. I've got to pay some back to the mayor waypoint. It's fine, but they took your spurs. You deserve to have something.
All right. Well, thanks, Porter.
Yeah.
Did they also take my first edition Light in the Darkness? This is the thing I care about.
This would be like your Star-Lord cassette tape moment.
They did not.
Yes.
Amazing.
Okay.
No, the fuel test is actually surprisingly, shockingly successful.
Hey, there you go. All right.
That's the first time I've rolled for that, and it hasn't been bad.
Did anyone need to pick up anything in any of these settlements along the way? Is anyone looking for anything? As we've established, you don't have that many spurs at your disposal.
I would like 3 machinery cubes at a minimum.
Okay. You can spend 6 spurs to get 3 machinery cubes.
Okay.
Do you just
Can you knock that off of our 12 collective spurs decks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could I have had my armor fixed up while we were on the peak?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else?
I don't have anything that I'm looking for.
No.
Okay. So a couple other things. Does anyone check for LRC messages along the way?
Yeah, Porter absolutely does.
You guys have been without an LRC for well over a week now.
Porter has to send Rund an update for sure.
I think that I think we have an awkward walk to the LRC because I too am going to check my LRC.
I should tell Mayor Graves and Sheriff Fly that we're not. Well, they probably know. I bet they found out.
I mean, they know that you're wanted. They are officials
so,
of.
we're not dead.
Gus urges whoever to go check for the latest edition of Light in the Darkness.
Sure.
I mean, long travel, you got to check.
Sure.
I'll go check for Light in the Darkness. I believe the subscription that we are currently using is in my name.
Okay. So, first, Eloise, you have a response to the message you sent out a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "My darling sister, the situation is quite complicated, more so than you might expect. I note that your most recent post comes from Constance Grove. I know the place. Might you be able to wait there until I can visit you? Then we can discuss the complications surrounding the timing of your return. With love, Clover the Farthing."
Okay. I actually respond back.
What do you respond back?
It's so weird. I haven't used a LRC in a long time. I respond with unfortunately I sent that or no, I respond with good thank you for taking my message. I am not in Constance Grove. I had a mutual acquaintance send my message for me. Currently, I'm heading into the Heartwood Forest. There's been a little bit of a mix-up that I have to rectify. After it's cleared up, if Waypoint isn't too rough and tumble, I think that I'll be heading back there. I could let you know when I'll be there. If you could wait a little while to hear from me. Right.
Okay. You send that off. Dex, you go to check for the latest Light in the Darkness, and there is one. Yeah, it's called Rotten to the Core.
Yeah, I get it.
Additionally, you have a message.
Oh.
From Truman Howland.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah. What's Truman got to say?
It reads, "Dex, I do not want or require a response from you. I don't know what happened in Brimstone, but the Raven changed. You asked me once what lengths I'd go to for the cause, and I told you I believed war was inevitable. As a courtesy to you and yours, I'm telling you, the war's begun. The Raven is dead because he don't need the mask to hide anymore. And if you find yourself on the other side of his war, well, I think you know what lengths he's willing to go to. This isn't a threat, Dex. It's a warning. I don't want you and your people to be harmed. The best thing you can do is stay out of it. Truman."
I write back to him. The Raven hasn't changed a single bit. You just see him now.
Okay. And Porter, you also have an LRC message.
Shocking.
It is from Rund Nathans.
Mhm.
And she writes, "My friend, I genuinely hope this message finds you in good health. I don't know the exact details about your most recent concert, but I heard it was a bit of a catastrophe. I do hope you got what you needed out of it, because I know Uncle is saddened by the rumors regarding the fate of the instrument he hoped you would deliver. I know you did your best. You always do. But the 40s review is quite scathing. It leaves us both in worse waters than where we started. The family has been quite clear. They are no longer in need of your business. It's quite hot where you work, and you know my family is picky when it comes to weather. You needn't expect a visit from my cousin Jimmy. As far as I know, he's not traveling this season. But you can expect a visit if you find yourself southwest and he is available. I may have to be less hands-on with my helping, regrettably, as my finances are going to be tied up for some time. But Quincy has landed a second job in the factory, and Sabrina has made arrangements to start tutoring. So we're hoping they can keep the water running in my absence. Meanwhile, Monarch has become quite the bookworm and has ideas for writing stories of their own. If the weather changes in your neck of the woods, perhaps I can send what they write your way. But for now, dear Porter, I'd suggest keeping your head down. If you need to write back before you have your affairs in order, I'd suggest putting pen to paper. There's a quaintness to the nomads that makes me feel warm and secure. Do you understand? Go with luck and love, and a bit more luck again. Forever in your corner, Rund Nathans."
Well, I don't write back. Right. I take everything in. Clearly, I am not going to be getting back to the Markham's Landing anytime soon. I will have to send her a message at some point. I think he wishes very badly that he could just send something to Monarch or to his mom or dad just directly, but he knows he can't. And he's thinking about visiting his friend, visiting the person who can possibly make him a fake LRC tag so that he can reach his family again. Because he knows he can't risk it until at least he has something, a secondary set of security to contact them. And he's got to think about what he can write back to Rund via pen, paper, and several nomad packs.
One thing does stand out to you that's a little weird, Porter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not certain that you, in all of your time knowing her, have ever seen Eloise go up to a LRC tower and use an LRC tag.
Yeah, that's brand new. I do notice that, and I think as soon as I read my message and I see her typing her response to, whatever message that surely is innocuous and has nothing to do with me, he waits for her outside the door of that LRC tower.
Eloise. Oh no, we already get you. We're done. That's it. Those are all the messages. Eloise, you walk away, or you finish sending your response. Did you tell me what your response was? Oh yeah, you did. Yes. Yeah. You mentioned waypoint. We're good. Everyone has responded who feels like they can respond. +1 grit to Dex from the pack walk.
Aw,
Oh, thank you.
Dex. Dex is
Good.
getting all the love tonight. I
Getting
love it.
showered with grit.
And Porter, Eloise, you finished sending your message to Clover. And as you step away from the LRC tower, you note that this LRC tower, no operator. This is a purely automated LRC tower. It has some bugs, but you're able to work around them. You turn and you see Porter is waiting for you there.
I think you're
You're
muted.
muted.
You're
Oh,
muted.
metaphor.
Hey, sorry, I thought you couldn't use your LRC tag, or at least I haven't seen you use it. We talked a little bit about it.
I decided after everything that my family might be worth reaching out to.
I hope that's a good thing.
I imagine it's not. But
Yeah.
there are terrible people sort of everywhere, so it might as well be related to them.
I understand. I'm sorry we've become such a magnet for those terrible people.
It's not your fault. In fact, it seems like the opposite. I was the one who dragged you with me. And then I was the one that Brimstone wanted. So, doesn't seem like much your fault at all. Nothing to be sorry about.
I'm sorry we haven't talked.
We're all busy people in our own way.
Well, I hope everything's all right.
I asked for a favor, and I don't know if I'm going to get it or not, and what I'll have to do to get it. But right now, it's nothing.
just don't give yourself up. If what they ask of you is taking out some part of your identity, it's not worth it. I don't know the person that you are with them, but I'm very thankful for the person you've become.
Well, I would trade safety and funds for actually nothing. It's no different. It's just a different kind of cage out here. There isn't any less available warmth. So, depends on what I can get out of it. That's always how they've worked. I finally have the scars to prove that I understand that. So,
I think Porter wants to say more, but I'd imagine Dex probably comes out before too long.
Yeah, he's there.
I think Dex is in and out extremely fast.
That's what I imagine.
The problem is Dex is extremely good at reading people in social situations. When he finishes his message and sends back, unless he's distinctly wants to interrupt this scene, he has the wherewithal to leave.
Yeah, the thing is that Dex's response to Truman took me longer to think of it than it takes Dex to think and type it back.
Yeah.
So Dex is out, like, it goes like to Gus is like run to the core, and then is maybe keeping an eye on Eloise and Porter, like, because he knows there's something happening there, but is like does not interrupt this unless somebody signals for him.
I think Gus, inspired by everyone else getting messages, though, is like, I guess I'll check mine. I don't know who would have. And he has no such social grace. So depending on how long that takes, Gus will interrupt this.
Sure, Gus walks into the scene.
No messages, right?
Yeah, no messages.
Got it. Hey, y'all ready to hit the road again?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose so.
Great. Yeah. As nice as it was up there, it's sort of nice to be off that mountain. It was a little cold up there, wasn't it?
God, I'm so glad I don't need to wear a coat anymore, or what passed for a coat up there.
Yeah, I wasn't quite used to that.
At least you weren't slapping water.
Hey, yeah, I'll count myself lucky. Elle, how you doing over there?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, good.
I should make sure that the rotors are still aligned, so I'll see you there.
Cool.
All right. Order new light in the darkness. Spoiled rot, or what was it? Rotten to the core. The core of what? I don't know.
I don't know. That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know who's taking first shift. If it's Elle, maybe we can all sit down back there and get a little reading in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the only one who
Maybe.
flies, actually.
Well, you fly
does Dex
and then
not fly?
you set up camp, and then you fly and you set up camp.
Dex is in the co-pilot chair at
Yes.
any time we're flying, because that is safety.
Yeah, the Rotten to the Core issue of Light in the Darkness. Rico tracks what he thinks are cultists, but they're actually weird bug people who live underground. And as he gets deep into the ground and they reveal themselves to be bug people in human suits, he obviously starts blasting, and as he fights his way through, he finds this weird pool, and he's like, I'm smart enough not to touch this. This is obviously something really bad. But then more bug people show up, and the only way he can escape is to step into the pool, and it sucks him
not
in.
the bug pool, Rico.
It sucks him in, and then he opens his eyes, kind of like pulling himself out of a membrane as he's been transported to the center of the planet, where the hive of this this like bug society exists, and they are planning on they're beginning to hatch and are going to take over the world. And basically using his luminescent powers, Rico is able to cool down the core of the planet enough that they go back into hibernation, and then he gets himself out of there.
Now he cools down the entire core of the planet, but what repercussions does that have on the surface? Does it change the weather? Does it have any kind of geological implications?
I don't know. You know what? As scared as I was when he went in the bug pool, I'm glad he got in there to make them all go to sleep before they got out.
Yeah, nobody wants a whole bug planet to hatch. That's for sure.
Bug planet. That doesn't sound too good. I would prefer not a bug planet. Do you think you'd be able to spot a bug in a human suit? X, they teach you that on the peak? Is that part of the trials?
Yeah, actually, the second one, there's a bug in a human suit, and you have to beat him at Pio.
Dex, I'm thick, but come on. You had to quick draw him, right?
Yeah, bug people don't play Pio, obviously.
Yeah. How would a bug person play Pio?
They got brains
know
that
the
smart.
rules.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Even in a human suit. Come on, Dex. Ridiculous.
All right. You guys have about 4 to 5 days of relatively uneventful travel. You're able to stop, get the supplies you need. In the time it takes you to get to Mayo Ponto, from the time that you checked the LRC and received your messages, there's no responses to any of the ones you sent out. But during this 4 to 5 day journey, y'all are on the road in the rumbling retail, without the active, an active enemy chasing you. Though, a passive threat of the bounty on your heads, which does make it so the couple of times that you do stop in settlements, every sideway glance you get, you always have to ask yourself, is this because I'm a drifter rolling through town, or because these people saw that notice from the Fort Dearborn territory? But you guys are able to get in and out of settlements, no problem. No one seems to pay you any mind. It's actually probably some of the more relaxing travel you've had in some time. And because of that, we gonna do another shoot the shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. We went fucking like 10 episodes with no shoot the shit because you fought your way through the fucking Punch Peaks, and then you got kidnapped, and then you fought your way out of Brimstone.
We did all the possible shooting.
Now there's nothing but shit left.
So yeah.
Now that's from Rico.
Flicks his cigarette. All right. So who wants to pick who for shoot the shit? If you're just joining us for since the last time we did shoot the shit, shoot the shit is a mechanic in Manifest the RPG where during long portions of downtime or relatively uneventful travel, drifters have a chance to get to know each other, potentially get on each other's nerves, or potentially bond over things. So each of you pick a character to shoot the shit with, and then roll personality as an attribute only test. And then we get to see how things go. So who's picking who?
Can I? This feels a little selfish. I'm so sorry. Can I spend 4 grit to flashback?
Yeah,
I never said goodbye to Alf.
absolutely. That won't be your shoot the shit, but let's do that right now while everyone else thinks.
It's separate. I just realized it, and I had to rectify it immediately.
Absolutely.
I feel terrible.
Absolutely.
Terrible that I did not say goodbye to my boy.
So
Abandoned my child.
my boy. So as you as like the travel is going and you're relaxing, and you're thinking you're gonna go and approach someone and engage in conversation with them, you just have a moment where you just think back to the last heart-to-heart you had, which was on the Silent Peak with Alf Ralston. It's in the morning before you guys leave. Yeah. Alf is getting ready. There's this kind of awkward moment where he like has a brief exchange with Porter. It's not a really heartfelt exchange. It's not crazy, but like basically Alf is up at that time getting ready to go, and it seemed like he started to fall into a rhythm with Porter to go and do this training with Monaghan, and instead like sees like Porter and is just like, all right, I think I'm staying here. Good luck. And he says that to Porter.
Good for you, friend. I hope you figure out what the slap in the water thing is. I'm starting to get the hang of it, but I think it must be a thing where you need to do it for a few months or something.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of nice just to have a thing to do, I guess. But if I figure it out, I guess I can't send you an LRC from here, but
you can send a message through that Nomad pack if you like.
Yeah, the Zephyrs. All right, will do. I'll let you know. And if they tell me I can't tell you what it is, I guess I'll just tell you that I figured it out.
Fair enough. It's been nice training with you, friend.
Yeah, likewise. And he shakes her hand, and Porter steps off, and then that's when Gus, you approach as Porter is leaving. Also, Porter, just for the record, they let you keep the squint clothes that they gave you. You take those with you.
Oh, hell yeah.
And they tell you if you ever want to return.
Is Alf wearing squint clothes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Like, Gus goes up and like first thing is he gives Alf a big hug.
Oh, thanks, sir.
I'm leaving. I had to say goodbye first. Man, see you're squint. You're doing it. You're really doing the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I never really had the chance to tell you this, sir, and so I suppose it ain't too much of a surprise that I never told you this. But out there in the mountains when we was hunting that thing, well, sir, I ain't too proud of it, but I was kind of thumping my chest and well, I almost done got in a shootout with your friend Mr. Bailey.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, just something in the way he looked at me, I realized that if I were to go for that gun, I'd be done for. And well, that stuck with me. The idea that literally just running my mouth off almost got me killed, and I couldn't shake it. And
yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I want from this place, but if this is where Mr. Bailey learned how to make someone rethink their whole life with the look of an eye, I figure maybe there's a thing or two to learn up here. And I guess first step is hitting water, which turns out it's a lot more tiring than you would think.
Yeah, no, I get it. You know, I've done a lot of heavy bag, and water's just sort of a heavy bag, but cold.
Yeah, it is cold. But it ain't that bad. I mean, it ain't that much worse than wintertime on the walls of Fort Dearborn. So,
sure. Yeah, Alf. Look, when I saw you at Brimstone, I saw something was different in you than when I saw you in the mountains and staring down decks with his hands near his guns. Makes sense. That sort of thing. That's the sort of thing will do that. But honestly, Alf, I'm just so dang proud of you. You're such a different guy than you were when we met you at first, and I don't know. I've been with Dex. I've been talking to the folks around here, and they turn out good folk. And I know there's a lot of goodness in you that they can help you bring out. You can do a lot of good in that world out there. You got out of a life where ain't much good getting kicked up by Brimstone or the folks in that militia. So I don't know, Alf. I just wanted to say that I'm proud of you. I'm rooting for the best of you with this gunslinger stuff. Hey, here's my LRC tag. You know, let me know how you're doing.
You see tears are streaming down Alf's face as you are saying this stuff to him.
I don't know. Alf, don't do that. You're gonna make me. I got to get in the helicopter and they're gonna ask me questions.
I'm sorry, sir. I just, I never knew my pappy. Well, my mom never said nothing so nice as you just said to me, and I was just trying to, be something to someone, and I think I thought maybe there was worth where there weren't, and I'm trying to find out where I can maybe actually be worth something. So,
you're gonna be worth a lot to a lot of folk, Alf Ralston. I'm proud of you for it, and I can't wait to see it happen. Hear about it. I probably won't be there.
Well, I just told Mr. Janus that I'd send him a message if I figured out what the slapping water is. So when I do something that I think might make you proud, I'll send you a message.
Yeah, Alf, I'd love to hear that. That'd be fantastic. Well, keep in touch, please.
Mr. Curley. These tears are gonna freeze in my face. I should go.
Yeah, we both gotta stop. This is too dang cold up here to crack. That must be why gunslingers don't do it very often, I don't think.
All right, Mr. Curly, and he gives you he gives you like a big tight hug.
Yeah, it's a good hug.
And then he steps back and he goes, "You'll hear from me, I promise." And then
Yeah, sure will.
and then he turns over, and what you might have thought was like a moment where like Monaghan was gonna like be like standing sternly and like being like "you're late" or anything like that. You see a softness in Monaghan's face as a distraught Alf Ralston like rushes towards him, and like you don't hear, but you kind of see as like Monaghan puts out a hand onto Alf's chest as Alf like comes up and like kind of just like gently touches him on the chest, and then like seems to like his body language and his mouth seems to say something along the lines of like, "When you're ready, come on up." And he taps him a couple times on the chest and then walks up and just patiently waits. And like Ralston like sits there for a second. And then like you get up to the helicopter and you see like Ralston like kind of look and see you enter the helicopter. He wipes the tears from his eyes, lets out like a deep breath, undoes the stitchings on his sleeves, hangs them over the banister, and then walks up and sets himself in front of this basin of water. And Monaghan pulls out his pistol and dry fires it. Slap.
Pistol luck, Alf.
So, who's picking who for shoot the shit?
Oh, give me a second. Actually, I did already figure out mine. I think Eloise is the one person I haven't really gotten to talk to since Brimstone.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you look like you hate that decision?
Nah, bring it on. Bring it on.
All right. So Gus is picking Eloise. Who else is picking who?
I genuinely don't know. I would prefer to choose last.
I think Porter is also picking Eloise. We're doing another not closing the round.
Everyone talks to Eloise.
I would like to talk to Eloise. No.
Oh.
We get a scene of self-reflection.
I love that. Yeah.
Meditation can be self-shoot the shit.
I think it's Dexter.
Okay.
I'll choose Gus.
All right. So we got Gus and Porter picking Eloise, Eloise picking Dex, Dex picking Gus. Everyone roll. I will say, Gus, you get +1 grit from Carnaxis saying pour one out for Alf.
Did you beef it, Addie?
I didn't beef it, but it could be better. I'm trying to decide if I wanna spend grit on it.
I, on the other hand, spent 3 grit to make my own luck.
Okay.
And beefed it.
No.
This is gonna suck.
Okay. Then well, can I tell Dex what my role is, and then we could talk about whether I spin grit?
Wait, Gus, did you say you made your own luck 3 times?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I rolled in the teens every time.
I also, not 3. I do make my own luck twice.
But can before I decide to spend grit? Okay, so I got 2 successes.
Mm-hmm.
But I did roll a 20 on 3 dice, so that is a misfire as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to you. I think if I spit, I'm at max grit. So
I don't have strong feelings either way. I think if you want to spend the grit to smooth it over and not misfire, totally fine. If you don't want to do that, also fine. The people. Here's the thing. The people love to buy you grit.
Okay, I will spend the grit. I will spend the grit for the people.
It is this stream's national pastime. Buy Eloise grit.
Eloise always needs grit. Yeah, I will spend whatever it is, the 2-3 grit, whatever
3 grit to not
3
misfire.
grit to undo this misfire.
Okay.
Puts me to 9 grit. I still haven't copied my stuff over to a new sheet. I really do need to do it.
Yeah.
There's
All right.
no place to write grit anymore on my sheet.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay. You picked Eloise and you got how many successes?
I picked Gus and I got
Gus.
1 success.
Okay, cool. Gus, you get to learn something about Dex. So yeah, we'll go ahead and say, fresh off of that kind of memory of Alf Ralston, you kind of have a moment like you guys have landed outside of a settlement and have set up camp around the rumbling retail. And like, you know, you had a quick meal, and like Gus, you're basically getting ready. You're like laying out like some blankets and stuff to like kind of kneel down and meditate for the evening before you go to sleep. And Dex steps through the campfire light towards you. You get to learn something about him.
Oh, hey Dex.
Hey, Gus.
I guess. Oh, so Alf told me this morning that you nearly shot him dead in the peak, or in the mountains. That's, I don't know. No, that ain't criticism. It's just sort of funny.
Oh, I was
where
gonna
we're
say
at now.
It wasn't as close as he thought.
That makes sense. You've got sort of good discretion. Maybe did you see that there was good in him at the time?
I don't know if I saw that there was good in him, but I saw that he was willing to back down from a colossally bad decision. And that's a start.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that is a start. Huh.
You know, I don't shoot people because they're jerks.
Yeah.
And in Waypoint, I'm almost positive he killed a man in a bar fight and shot him in the back. But almost isn't enough.
Yeah.
And so when it came down to it, he backed down. It's not my place to force that issue.
Sure. Yeah, I met a guy on the peak who said that he got caught. He was thieving or something, and they brought him up to be a steward, and he lives at the peak now. I guess now that you're a warden, do you find people that you think you could set on the path and lead them there?
I don't think it's not part of it. But my guess is whoever you talk to, they didn't get invited up to the peak to train and become a warden. They probably got offered a place to stay and a hot meal.
Sure.
Until you're in the training, until you're a squint and you're out there slapping water, you've made the choice that this is what you're gonna do. I don't think we're supposed to lead people down the path. Sometimes it's enough to just show people that the one they're on isn't the only one.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I've been seeing that a lot myself too. I don't know. I talked to Isabel a lot about it, and I realized I think that's something I want to do. And I guess I just wondered how much that. Look, I mean, Dex, I'll give it to you. I think I might. I think I might want to be a preacher.
You'd be good at it.
Ah, shucks, I don't know. I know all the stories and stuff. I don't know. You think?
I think more important than you know in the stories, because you know the stories, so you know what they mean.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. I think I'd like to start setting people down that path, and I don't know. I've come to learn a lot about your path and what y'all are doing up there, and I don't know. Maybe I figured occasionally if I saw someone who might benefit from it, I could put them in contact with you and maybe see if that's a place where they might want to go. I don't know. They felt so good to see Alf. I felt so strong in Alf's path and that he was walking the right one and that he was balanced and he was walking straight and fearless and it felt so good to leave him like that I don't know. It'd do me good to know that sometimes, there's more people coming up there to continue sort of what y'all are doing.
Us, you ever meet somebody that you think is right for the peak? I will be happy to meet them and bring them along.
Great. Cool, Dex. Yeah, that would be really nice. Hey, and then you could roll up to wherever and we could, get a meal or something.
I'm getting the sense you got plans after this that don't involve staying on the road.
I ain't gotten much in the way of plans, but getting off the road, I think, is the first step of whichever one.
This makes sense.
Yeah, this ain't the life for me.
You've got the talent, but not the inclination for it, I think. And the second one's more important.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, surely I got the talent. I mean, look at me. Just look at me. But
barely a day over 90 and look at you.
Pretty soon I'm gonna be 100, but with these guns, it doesn't even matter. No, yeah, I ain't got the incline. Far from it. I got a decline. At a cliff face.
Gus, I got faith whatever you do next, you're gonna be good at it. Famously impassive.
Roman, did we lose you, Roman?
Face like a stone, impossible to read.
Roman?
Keeps his feelings close to the chest, never shows you his cards.
Oh
God,
no.
if only I knew what that man was thinking.
Roman appears to have completely 100% frozen.
It looks so sweet,
He
just
does
looks
look
like
really
he
nice.
cares.
Yeah. It's a nice freeze frame. Who has a lineup that doesn't involve Gus?
Me and Eloise.
Okay, that was you picking Eloise, right?
Yeah.
How many successes did you roll?
Only got 3 successes.
Hey! That means the two of you are going to bond over something.
Yay!
So
So
it
I
feels
think
so wild to, at the outset of the conversation, say that it's going to go well given recent history.
I'm going to grab the mic here for a second. This conversation is going to go well, you two. You understand me?
Oh no.
you can say whatever you want. I mean, it's not up to how terrible Porter is. Oh my God.
It's going to go well.
I don't know which side I should be going.
Yeah, which way do I have to lean to be more in frame?
Well, yeah. We're all in frame right now.
Oh, that's nice. All right.
Dan is technically Gus right now, but
we're all dying, you two.
Talk nice, damn it.
But I guess we're gonna try and trudge forward. I don't know. Did Roman post anything? No, he's just completely.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I don't have any direct messages from him.
Hold on a second. I will. I can.
Yeah, I got 3 successes, and I didn't even spend any grit to it. So
That's how much it was destined to
Had to
be.
had to happen.
Yeah, no direct message from Roman. Who knows what's happening?
He's gone forever. Gus is dead. Let's move on without
Give
him.
me one more second.
This is a nice conversation Gus had with Dex before he died. You know, great last words.
Okay. Let's see. If not.
We're gonna sit here awkwardly while we wait. What's
There's the guy.
Hey.
Sorry, Dex, I zoned out for a second, but I think you're gonna be great at whatever you do next too.
All right, Porter got 3 successes. Rolling for Eloise. So at some point during the travel, probably.
I think what happens is we're camping. It's on one of the camp nights, and Eloise has gone to the chopper to, you know, she's shutting it down, making sure it's all locked and the security protocols are followed and ready to take off the next day. And she comes back to find one of the ribbons tied to the front of the tent. And this is one of the ribbons that we used to do in Waypoint. We would tie it to a doorknob, and that would let the other person know that they were back in town.
And then depending on the time of day, it was either donuts or drinks, right?
Or drinking. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, you know, it's nighttime, which means it's drink time.
I will go back to the helicopter and get the bottle of whiskey that Arthur accidentally left when he packed his things.
Yeah.
That I found and immediately stowed.
So what you're saying is you stole some whiskey from Arthur Ross. Got it.
He left it. Possession is 9/10 of the law.
He went all the way to the bathroom.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I will head over to Porter's little tent.
Again, it is my mechanical horse raised up on stilts with 2 tent flaps.
I remember.
Back on the front. Okay, good. Just have to make sure that everybody.
And I knock on Pit Stop's forehead.
Dum, dum.
I think you set up the horn. It goes. I'm just kidding.
I don't do that.
Yeah. Come in.
Looks like we're both in town.
Yeah, I you know, I don't have any tables or chairs or anything, but I've got a couple of cushions and a couple of cups.
Well, it's a good thing that I brought some whiskey.
Yeah, I know you didn't think anybody noticed, but I definitely saw you taking that.
He left it.
That's right, he left it. Right, not taking. He left it. I obviously have a lot to apologize for. Our conversation on the Silent Peak. I'm not going to say that I didn't express. I'm not going to say that I lied, and I'm not going to say that my words were wrong, but they were poorly crafted. And I think you should know that represents a person that I would no longer like to be. I think historically I run from problems, and you know, I ran from American's Landing, and I I've run from you on more than one occasion. And now that I'm trying to stand up to my problems and face them head on, I've done nothing but do it badly. I know that part of success in anything is failing over and over again, but I think my failures have really hurt you so much more than I ever intended. And there's nothing I can say to make up for that, but I need you to know that I I've learned to trust Gus, Dex, and you with more than anybody besides my own family. You've become my family now out here in the Badlands, and I care for you so deeply, and I never want you to think that I don't trust you. And I'm sorry that I said that.
Um, hmm, uh, thank you.
Okay, so there's nothing I can say, but um, we're going into a dangerous situation. I am aware of that, and I would like for us all to make it through, to get Gus to this temple and have him deliver these guns. You know, I at the LRC tower, I got a message from Rund. I just feel like I should tell you because you've been so helpful with my family. She told me I shouldn't write to her anymore via LRC. Should be, handwritten notes and the like. She's not really going to be too much involved with, keeping track of me and handling me as it were. But they don't want me back anywhere near Markham's Landing. And I'll be feeling if I go back there, it's going to be me or my family that's in danger. So my next plan is to make contact with them and to make it as far away from the family as I can. But I'd like to stay with you. I'd like them to meet you. Obviously, I know I've said that before. Do you think that you'd want to come with us?
Oh. Um. Pardon. I Before you reach out to him, just wait.
What do you mean?
I've got something in the works.
What is it?
I'm gonna claim my inheritance. And you are. I think if I've read the situation correctly, which I might not have, just the smallest of fish in the eyes of the family. And I think money can solve that problem. So I think you're going to be okay. I think that I think before you go telling them to pack up their lives and run away, I think you should just wait until we get back to Waypoint.
But if you take your inheritance, what happens to you?
I don't know yet.
Will I be a part of it?
I guess that's up to you. Based on what you just said, probably. But if you've got the opportunity to go home, I think you do. There isn't anything that you love more in this whole world than those 3 people. And I want to end that pain for you so badly.
There's nothing I love more than those 3 people. There's one more person I love just as much.
I pour myself a shot.
Don't
Just
be
the
scared, keep
slightest
going.
shaky hand.
I've waited so long for you to say something like that to me. And for it to feel real when you said it.
I know.
Hmm. There's still very much a chance that it's either or. And I'm not asking you to come with.
You don't have to. I don't think there's an either or situation here. Or at least not one where I don't get to be with you. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. I honestly don't know much about the situation that you're in. I mean, you told me a little, but it sounds like it's a complicated thing you've got going. But I trust you. If you can help me get my parents and Monarch away from danger and in a place where they can live happier and more freely, I am all for it. But you're not going to do it without me, no matter what your bloody family says. I know I have a lot to make up for. So I might as well get started.
I don't want there to be a ledger.
Fine. Then I am convinced that we've got a future together, no matter what. I'm going to work toward that. I trust you to take the right actions to make that happen. But I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. But communicate with me, okay? I know you've got plans and schemes, and I have too, but I am done with trying to keep them away from the rest of you, especially you.
It was so terrible there.
I can't even imagine.
And I think that she lets go for the first time, really. And it's less of a happy reunion than maybe she wanted, but I don't think she has control over that.
You just basically sob yourself into being asleep.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, Porter doesn't leave your side. He just lets you cry and talk when you want to.
Yeah. But she eventually falls asleep right there. Puffy face and everything.
Puffy
And she's
face,
never looked more beautiful.
puffy face, snot, the whole deal. So we did
Yeah, it was Dex,
Dex and Gus,
and
then
me
Porter and L. So
So
L, who'd you pick? You picked
I picked Dexter.
and how many successes?
Warden Bailey. 2.
I have a title. You see.
Dex, you get to learn something about Eloise. This is a few days down the travel, like a day or two after Eloise kind of has some emotional catharsis with Porter. A couple days later down the road, there's a point where, for whatever reason, Gus just like turns in really early, and Porter like is cleaning up the camp, and probably like I'm gonna say that like Dex and Eloise are like gathering some either firewood or fire making materials together.
Oh, no, I
What you
sorry. I actually know how this. I don't know where it goes. I know how this one starts.
Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like Gus goes to bed early. Porter's cleaning up the camp. Like Dex looks around, sees that everything's kind of settled. Like taps Eloise on the shoulder. Okay, come on. And goes over to the helicopter.
Oh. Okay. And I like get up and I go.
And Dex gets in the helicopter in like the main area where there's a lot of open space in the middle. Sits down, crosses his legs, rolls out like the leather sheet, and then sets the guns he took from the cave and starts going through the process of disassembling and cleaning each individual part.
Eloise, you've seen a lot of tech.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen some remarkable technology. You're from Iron Harbor. You're from one of the premier tinkering families in Iron Harbor. You yourself are an extremely gifted tinkerer. You know machinery, you know technology. These guns seem to be made with processes and materials that you would expect to find in a museum in Ion Harbor. Like a museum like dedicated to exalting pre-departure technology.
Oh.
Okay. Like the and like everything that's in those types of like halls, museums, and like the university in Iron Harbor that like can puts a considerable amount of resources into churning out some of the best inventors and crafters on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
These are different in the sense of every time you see a piece of technology like that, half of which is like just like, you know, busted up proto-martyr tech.
Mm-hmm.
every time you see something like that, it's always old and barely maintained. With the sense of like the way in which these things were crafted and the materials in which they are made with are so rare or non-existent on Manifest, the knowledge of which or the materials necessary for just like seem to be so absent that like they have deteriorated over time as people have started to have to change the way that they're built up to like keep them going. These guns look like they were pulled out of time from the era of the factory wars. The materials, the alloy used to like make the metal, the hard caliber like tech around it is both old and unique in design. And as Dex takes it apart, you find yourself expecting him to do a movement or a method of like breaking this thing down to its bare components that doesn't line up with your expectations, because the way in which these pistols are made predates any way that you have both been taught and like self-learned how technology works nowadays on Manifest. These things are both ancient and beyond anything that you've seen before.
Yeah. So even though Eloise can recognize this as part of his like spiritual experience, that like every time that he like puts something down, like, you know, he like takes the like slide off and he puts it somewhere, and I'm like, oh, what's that? And I like pick it up and I like look at it.
This is why you weren't invited for the like first 2 or 3 times. And now we're doing this together.
I do put them back where you put them down.
Yeah.
So I'm not just like wrecking your whole stuff. But, like,
you watch Eloise puts on like fucking like museum curator gloves. Like she full on like
I like 3D print like gloves and then like out of my Omni tool and then start like touching stuff.
No,
Only
that's not necessary.
the oils from your hands are. You can't have my hand oils.
Okay, fair enough.
What do you? This is so cool. This is so cool. I mean, I love hard caliber technology because it makes no sense, but like, and I love the mystery of it. But this is like, Dex. Y'all should not take. These should not be. They're so cool. These are so old. They don't work. How do they? And then you look at it and it's like, it should be warped, like, you know, from the firing and like the velocity, but it's not. I don't know how they did that. Like, because over time it should degrade because all alloys over time degrade. But instead, this is just like as if it was made yesterday, except for if yesterday was the factory wars. It's so crazy.
These were built in 173.
Okay, but show me how you're doing that. It's like, like
yeah, it's just a little. It's lighter than it looks, so you don't have to apply much pressure.
Huh? But like, what are you doing different? Like, how do you? Because this should not be. Is it? No, guns can't be illuminated. That's stupid. And so, like, we just like.
Yeah. Eloise, one thing that him saying that these were built in 173 probably makes you even more confused, because you know that the factory wars ended over 100 years before that.
Yeah.
And yet somehow the knowledge and materials necessary to make these guns existed in 173.
Yeah. Well, I've made the assumption that somehow, the gunslinger cults have like retained that information and handed it down and kept it from the world. But whatever. And so like I'm not so surprised that it was made that late, but I am surprised at like it's the degradation of it.
Yeah.
Basically.
You also see like some of the materials that Dex is using to maintain them are relatively like unknown to you. Like
Sure.
I
mean,
like
after this session, they will be very known to me. I plan on doing that.
like he pulls out like paste and like oils and stuff that you can't immediately identify.
These are all from the peak?
Yeah, so I could probably tell you this. This grows on the southern face, but you have to gather it early in the year, and then it dries a very long time. Then it gets ground down. And there's a river on the northern face, and you get water from that. And you add it to the dried leaf, and that makes this.
Okay, I understand now. There are other anomalies, or so they say, around manifest. So that makes sense that like you've got like magic goop or whatever that I'll figure it out though.
I don't think the goop is magic.
Oh no, because there are like luminescent deposits that make like weird that act differently than how we expect, and we can't explain it. Magic is
Makes
just
sense.
like science that you haven't explained yet. It's not actually magic. It's magic is not real. It's just not understood well enough. It's like how all the religions are like, oh, there's a magic thing in the sky, and then it's like not that. It's actually just like a weather phenomena or something. Anyway,
I don't know. I don't know much about the specifics of most religions. Certainly not enough to participate in the conversation.
Oh no, that's fine. We don't actually. It's not that pleasant to talk about, but it's fine. Because it's sort of like fiction. It's just believing real hard in fiction is religion. And sometimes it's good fiction, and it makes you do good things. But anyway,
Yeah, that makes sense. That there's. So you think there's some sort of luminescent deposit in the mountain range in the peak?
yeah, or like there are sort of like not null zones, but like the opposite of null zones where like things happen more frequently, sort of like nodes that are sort of totally inexplicable about manifest. And like one day they'll be explicable, and probably the peak is something like that.
It would surprise me if that one's explicable.
Wait, do you know?
I know enough to know.
Dexter Bailey, you have to tell me that could be like a scientific like breakthrough. I could be famous about like how the planet works, not like divulging your secrets, but like more data, right? I promise I wouldn't publish it specifically.
I'm gonna try to phrase this very carefully so I can tell you what I'm allowed to tell you.
I could have watched it all happen, Dexter. You know this. I could have watched you the whole time.
I'm not sure that's true. And I don't think you would get the chance to publish anything.
No. I mean, I wouldn't publish it. But so more data, right? Like
Let me rephrase. I don't believe you would get the chance to collect data.
But I mean, that's what I would be doing now. It's secondhand, but it's a first-hand account. So like,
I'm not allowed to tell you.
What if you just
the only way you're allowed to learn is if you complete the ascent. And if you complete the ascent for the purpose of gathering data, I don't think it would go well.
Okay, but before you die, like when you're on your old man bed, and like you could just whisper it. I'll be so old I won't be able to publish it either. I would just know then, because like the manifest doesn't make sense. And so like figuring out something that doesn't make sense is there, then you can understand more about what doesn't make sense, and you can at least anecdotally start to understand what's going on. I'm gonna just write down that there's magic fruit and magic water.
It's not magic. I'm led to understand it's minerals.
And from there, I will maybe find other places with magic vegetation. Magic.
You should look for the storm me and Porter walked into.
What?
He told you about this.
Oh no, that okay. So okay, I get it. That's funny, haha. Eloise is too serious.
No,
Make
that's
joke.
real. That happened to us.
No. Okay, okay. I get it. We're all Rico Kazak.
Nope. Really
Right.
happened. Me and Porter.
And Pit Stop.
Pit Stop was there too. Does Pit Stop have I'll ask Eloise, does Pit Stop have like a record of how far he's traveled and where he's been?
Like a GPS? Not really.
But he's got
no,
a
it would
record
be
of
like
how far
mileage,
he's gone,
right?
right?
Like 100,000 miles on your
Sure.
Vehicle.
Yes.
You've gotta
Yeah,
have
it
miles
has
on
an
it.
odometer of sorts.
Yeah.
Did you know how far he traveled when we got to the Punch Peaks?
Yeah, roughly. I just done an oil change
Okay.
on it.
Check it again.
And then after Dex finishes putting his guns back together,
Wait, let me see that piece one last time. I just want to. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
and then he goes to sleep. Eloise, you're sitting there. I don't know if you're actually sleeping under Pit Stop right now, but at the very least, you have a moment where you're able to go over and you check the odometer on Pit Stop, knowing what it was when you were in the Punch Peaks and knowing how far the Punch Peaks are from Waypoint, and knowing that Pit Stop hasn't really traveled much since then because he's just been in a vehicle. And you the math doesn't add up, Eloise. They would have had to carry Pit Stop from the Punch Peaks to Waypoint to make this math add up.
Huh.
Now, the last bit of shoot the shit we have is Eloise and Gus, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And what'd you roll?
I forgo my shoot the shit and I decline to comment. And I would thank you to respect my privacy in this manner.
Gasp. Did you roll 0 successes, Gus?
Yeah.
Oh, my
Is
lord.
it just 0 successes?
Just 0 successes.
He
Okay.
spent 3 grit to make his own luck 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I spent 7 grit purely on roleplay this episode. Absolutely no regrets. Some regrets. Would have liked to roll a 7 or below.
Okay, so Gus got 0 successes. And that means that Eloise and Gus, you two are gonna have a bit of a falling out here at the end of this episode.
Fun.
I can't just be on good terms with everyone at once. That's too many people.
Yeah, after everything is so nice, it's like, oh well, and here Gus comes. But Addie has considerately given me an avenue in on this, I think.
Okay.
Because she's a good improviser.
What do you got?
Yeah, so I guess we're just sort of like sitting. I think Gus has been like ruminating on it a little bit, and like after talking to Alf and like Isabel and Dex about it, he's like feeling more and more secure about it. So he's sort of excited to tell Eloise about it because they've been friends and close for a long time. And I think he like sits down next to Elle and he's like, Elle, I think I figured out what I want to do when all this is over.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think this is a life for me. I want to like settle down, but also travel. I don't know. I need to get out of this. I need to do something else.
That's okay, Gus.
Yeah. But I've talked to a lot of people about it, and I think I'm really excited. You're gonna try to be a preacher.
Oh,
Yeah, like a triptych preacher. Maybe traveling. Maybe I'll have a congregation. Oh God, I'll have a congregation. Isn't that exciting? It's a bunch of people that get together and get to talk to them about Alana and keeping yourself balanced and keeping the faith every week.
yeah. No, if that makes you happy, Gus, you should um do that.
Pretty long pause there, El.
I
Proud of
mean,
you?
I don't really. It's not my. If there's anything I've learned is that there's sometimes where you just don't say things. So I think that's one of these times.
Well, that doesn't feel no good, now does it? I know the expression, you don't have nothing nice to say, you don't say anything at all. It sounds to me an awful lot like you ain't got nothing nice to say.
I think you. Okay, Gus. You don't want to talk about the things that actually happen to us? That's fine. But I think
What?
you're better than preaching.
What's better in making the world a better place? What's
How
better
is
in
it-
helping people out?
How is that?
Taking the good in people and helping them see it and helping them follow it. Helping them stay on that path. Just like we did for Alf.
Through indoctrinating people by fiction?
Ain't no fiction. I'm only preaching about fact. Alana was here on this planet.
I am tempted to remind Gus of a misfire he rolled several episodes ago.
Do it, coward, you won't.
As you're sitting here saying, yeah, you know, the good in people like Alf, people like, you know, this person and that person. A handful of episodes ago, Gus, you rolled, I forget if it was a grave or a normal misfire.
Oh, no, there's simply no way. Okay.
But
we resolved that. No, because Gus saw what he did.
you saw him kill somebody, but then you also saw him, like, that's all you know, really.
No, all right. I
Is
mean,
there
yeah, if you
is there
wanna put
maybe
this in
some
there, that's
light in Gus's heart that thinks like maybe even a monster like Pruitt could potentially be redeemed? Or
fine.
Owen?
If you want there to be, if I had my druthers about it, like I think that's part of like if you'll recall, Gus was so disappointed in that discussion between Pruitt and the Raven, two people he saw as being able to do a lot of good, and seeing them both do it for their own nefarious purposes really crushed him. If you want me to,
Oh, I
I
mean,
can take
Riggs
the
for sure, but like you don't really like, especially like Gus, like knows very, very little about Owen's motivations. So I'm just, as you're sitting there, I was just thinking of another way for you guys to have another wedge drawn between you, and it was if Gus even was gonna throw out another name as like maybe even this crazy idea. But if you don't think that Gus is there,
of a wedge, and I don't think Gus is that fucking dumb.
Okay.
To be honest with you,
cool.
He's convicted. I don't want that to be part of this.
Sure.
No, he says, you know, Alana walked this earth, and she walked a perfect life, and as we try to follow in her footsteps and take what's good in us and bring it out into the world, I don't understand what's wrong with that.
It's a very nice story, Gus.
Just because it ain't in your Omni tool, L, don't mean it's not real. What would you rather talk about? All the time we spent in there, them jabbing into us, having to look in those vats, having to know what we done, what they took out of us to do to the Raven to start these battles to get people killed. I ain't want to talk about that stuff. You want to talk about that stuff?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because there's something I did that I can't live with. But you'd rather talk about how your perfect life will give you the perfect life?
I ain't
Haven't
lived
you
no-
your whole life believed in finding the balance and and between instinct and logic and the third one, and just and then like how that's supposed to bring you closer to a happier and fuller life? And then where's your reward for that? If you're putting in all this effort and you're not getting anything out.
Other people get it out, L. The world gets it out, right? The energy that you contribute into the world comes back to you, comes back to those around you. Now, I ain't lived no perfect life. I took away lives from people who didn't want them taken. I done stuff I can't live with either, L. I done stuff I ain't never gonna forget. My body ain't never gonna let me forget. My dreams ain't never gonna let me forget. If I go out there and I put good in this world, try to keep myself balanced, try to balance those around me, and I could still try to make the world a better place, no matter what I've done in the past, no matter all the things I didn't even have to do. I walk this path and I make the world a better place. I'm doing something good with what I got left.
Good. I'm glad that it makes you feel better. Because that's what it is. It's a crutch. Don't talk to me about what you put out in the world comes back to you. I have done nothing but be kind and generous, be meek, forgiven. Do you think what happened to me is what I put back in the world?
I don't know. Look, it happened to me too, L. We got
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It didn't happen to you, Gus. It happened to me. It happened to me. Okay? I had to make all the decisions. I had to fight for you. I had to save your life. Twice. It didn't happen to you. You weren't forced to decide between the life of everyone you care about and putting a monster out in the world. You weren't the one who had to push the button to save everybody's life. You weren't the one who had to trade your own life so that some people might live. Okay? It didn't happen to you. You made best friends with Alf Ralston. Do you know what happened to me? I slept and then I was tortured and then I slept some more. It didn't happen to you, Gus. So you find your triptych symbol and you hug it tight. You find those stories and you find the moral in them and hand them out to the world like sugar candy. Make people feel good about their actions because, ooh, maybe they were a little, aggressive or in this way, but they were just like leaning into their instinct. Maybe they were a little cold in this interaction, but that's okay. They were just leaning into their logic and everything balances out in time. And then something with the third one, because I don't remember what it is. But you know what? That it's just a way to frame the world. And if you need it because you can't handle what's going on, fine. You don't want to talk about brimstone. Fine. You want to go and live rose-colored glasses life? Fine. But don't tell me I can't feel that you are more than a man on a cushy seat bringing sweet nothings to his congregation.
Well, I'm sorry for what happened to you in there. I don't give you no right to invalidate the things that I had to do in there, things that happened to me, my
No.
past experiences, the ways I've put my life on the line to save you and Dex and Porter. We've all done a lot out here, and I know you've done a lot too. And I'm sorry for it the way I'm sorry for the things that I've done. You do not sit here to validate me and my life and the way I see the world. It's not what people who love each other do. And it's righteousness. And
Well,
Gus
you're just
walks.
full of that right now, aren't you?
Gus enters his tent.
This is what wars are started over.
And so the final day of travel comes upon you. With Porter's direction, you know that Meoponto is not that far away, and as it approaches and you get closer to it, you can actually see far on the horizon, but close enough to be visible, the ever-reaching expanse that is the thick, dark, mysterious vegetation that makes up the Heartwood Forest. As the massive and beautiful and impressive Pilgrimage River winds north and south, and you approach Meoponto, a small shipping city, no, shipping settlement on the river. You can see dozens of miles south of it, the edge of the Heartwood Forest, and you know that mountains and Lake Jacobson also touch the Heartwood Forest, but you can't see any of that even from this altitude. What you see is just the forest, ever present, ever expanding, seemingly never ending. This massive, what is it, 600 by 6,000 mile stretch of vegetation. And the rumbling retail sweeps down towards the stables of Meoponto. Eloise and Porter exchanging a weighted but optimistic view. Dex focused on assisting Eloise in the descent. And Gus, a little conflicted and very solemn, kind of sitting in one of the back seats. You land in the settlement, ready to make your way towards the Legionnaire Guild Hall. That's where we're ending tonight's session.
Cool.
I totally won that argument.
You
I totally won it.
You thought you won that argument.
You tried so hard to get any successes, Gus.
I tried so damn hard.
That was insane.
Shooting for a 7?
Yeah. On 5 dice.
That's rough.
I rolled 13 through like 16, everyone.
You'd think just statistically, probably one of them would have hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes bad blood happens, and it's bad.
Yeah.
Man, Bad blood at the end of the campaign is always so much worse because you know the things. At the beginning, it's like, ah, you took my fucking blanket.
Yeah, it's like we disagree on what's the better pie. It's
Like,
a
your worldview is dumb. It's like, yeah, well, you're a jerk. Always have been.
All right, we're gonna dive right into the Q&A because obviously we went a little bit late tonight. So I know I have a couple in the Discord. Argatlom does point out it could have been bad blood with a side of grave misfire.
I think
Always
Gus
just
has a
fucking
heart
shoots
attack.
guts.
I would have given you both like negatives of just like emotional injury. All right.
Shaken is one of the injuries, right?
Yeah, you both just get shaken. Okay, we're gonna jump right in. I have a couple questions in the Discord. If you have questions that you want us to answer, drop them in the chat right now. You can be about the campaign, about the game, about the players, about whatever. Toss it in, and we'll answer it. But oh, I see. It is my time to talk a lot. As Argatlom's first Let's Build, it looks like Argatlom has two in this in the Discord. Let's build Breach and Reyna from the popular video game Valorant. So Breach and Reyna. Reyna's easy. I'm gonna put her off to the side for a second. Breach is a character who has mechanical arms that allows him to like blind enemies and like concuss them and basically like just like fuck their day up and make it really hard for them to do things. So that's a little hard to achieve like in a 1-for-1 manifest style, but what you could do is you could have full mechanical arms with internal firearms and then load one firearm with like shock darts or like a grenade launcher that lets you shoot like blinding grenades out or something like that. And then the other one you could do like a similar thing, like either toxic ammo for the concuss kind of effect, or shock darts or any of the ammo that like does more negative things. The problem with Breach that makes it hard for him to be a 1-for-1 is that almost all of Breach's abilities are used through walls. And there's not really a thing that lets you pull that off in Valorant.
I think there's the talent that you get that's like trick shot, and then you just bounce everything.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You do trick shot and you try to shoot around corners. That's the best way to do it because like Breach just gets to target a wall and then anyone on the other side of that wall gets blinded and it's fucking nuts in the game. And you can't pull that off in Manifest as easily. But yeah, trick shot really lets you do it because if you're like, oh, I know that people are there. I feel like even though he doesn't have it, like Breach might need like a fucking like stealth drone or something that's looking on the other side of walls so that he can line up shots where people can't see him. That's like the Manifest version of Breach.
Or what is it? You could do it with your
If he's illuminated and just has clairvoyance, yeah.
Or detect life.
Or detect life. Oh, Kurt, yeah, because you get the direction.
I remember in like early testing, we would have. I think we were doing like the playtest of like high level manifest characters, and I had detect life and telepathy, and was extremely illuminated and would roll very well on both of them. And we played it probably too strongly as like just a constant heads up display of all enemies' positions on the map in every combat.
Yes, exactly. So that's more or less how you would do Breach. Definitely the full prosthetic limbs. As far as like path and stuff goes, it's hard to say for certain. I feel like he needs Tinkerer Because even though it's not like the way he works in the game, I do feel like his name is Breach. He does like blow through walls with his abilities. Like it feels like he needs
like quick fix grenades.
Yeah, exactly. He needs because he could quick fix grenades into his like arm to shoot like out the like flash grenades and stuff like that. Like it just feels like that dude is basically like someone who blows things up. His name is Breach. Thematically, it feels very much like he is supposed to be like a person who's breaking down walls, but because of the constraints of the game, they can't let him do that, so they found a way around it. The Valorant characters never have enough history for you to be able to be
it's
like
got a beret, right?
No, that's Brimstone. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say the beret is probably militant.
Yeah. I don't think Breach has a very robust history in
You probably want privileged in that case because you're gonna need a lot of money to have a lot of mechanical limbs right out the gate.
Sure. Yeah, no. It's nothing. It's nothing. I honestly like Path might just be Prospector just because. I don't know.
I think the Prospector gets to start, has a loadout that allows them to start with the largest explosive of anyone.
You might get a breaching charge.
Yeah, it's true.
Actually, I think Teacher might get the largest explosive, but it's a healing bomb.
Yeah, or any path that lets you like play dirty, because that's really what it is. It's his whole thing is like, I don't want to fight a fair fight, so like outlaw
is exactly that.
Yeah.
I think there's one that's like you win a fight through underhanded means, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because even his biography is like nothing on the Valorant wiki. They're like, I don't know, it's Breach. He's a mean guy. But yeah, so that's how you would build Breach. As far as Manifest goes, Reyna's a little bit easier for me, mostly because for one thing, I've played her more. But basically, Reyna's abilities in Valorant allow her, when she kills somebody, to harvest their soul to either heal herself or become temporarily like incorporeal or invisible, depending on the level of how like what she's done. Which allows her to like reposition around enemies. So like this is absolutely a somatic illuminated person who has Consume, Blink, maybe Shadow Cloak, probably the Mentalist ability Sixth Sense. This is a strongly illuminated person with sure hands who's really good at killing people and then taking their hit points and shine to be able to do more things. That is super duper what Reyna's all about for sure. So those parts are easy. She definitely has sure hands. She definitely probably has enlightenment so that she can spam her powers as much as she does in a game of Valorant. I don't know what her third tree would be besides sure hands and enlightenment.
Sounds like subtlety rounds it out very nicely.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. What's up, Eddie?
She's got to be like illuminated though, right?
I said enlightenment.
Oh, you said enlightenment? I heard
Consume.
something else. Never mind. Yeah. JK, LOL.
Yeah. Sure hands, enlightenment, and then yeah, subtlety seems good because she could just pop like, I can do this all day and just be like, you can't shoot me, I'm a ghost lady. Is always pretty good. Yeah, that seems about right for her. I don't know what history, again, because the Valorant characters don't have a very robust like backstory. History is hard to pin down. I know that her sister is missing, and it's presumed that one of the other characters, like Viper, had something to do with it. She's missing her heart. She's been experimented on. So like,
she's a heartless.
Yeah, like Urchin, maybe Urchin, because Outcast definitely doesn't work. But basically, she like part of the reason she has to consume people is because she's like missing her like heart, and the only way she can stay alive is by like eating fucking souls, basically. So yeah. Urchin seems maybe right because Outcast doesn't give her the talent trees we need, and then fucking like the family or something for her. I just feel like she has like ties to some fucking organization. I don't know why, even though she's a bit of a lone wolf.
Also, just so we all know, it's assumed that Breach was some kind of outlaw or criminal, because of like some of the voice lines that he says. So Breach had a criminal past before joining the Valorant Protocol.
Absolutely outlaw then, yeah.
He still has contacts from his previous work.
Famous voice line. I've done a lot of crimes.
It's actually, damn Jet, have you ever considered a life of crime? I have contacts. Let me know.
Love it.
That's it.
It's me, Breach. I'm guilty of things.
And then Raise, together again. We're not even breaking the law. Those are the voice lines.
Amazing.
Just taking a quick look. I'm starting to learn that Reyna really hates people who aren't Radiants. Reyna might be Leo Riggs.
Oh no.
The Reyna.
I mean, Ravena.
Ravena.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Reyna and Breach. And then the other question from Argan Mom. Before I get to that one, I'm gonna look at the ones in the chat right now. Argalam also asks, how granular does Detect Life get?
Very.
With the maximum number of successes on Detect Life, you can learn something's name if it has a name. That's actually how Eloise was able to learn Umbra's name, because in the Punch Peaks, weirdly, there was a jackalope, and that jackalope had a name. It was Umbra.
The other important thing about that is, in addition to knowing their names, as you get more successes, the effect lasts longer. So like if you get, I think, just one success, it's basically like a radar ping.
Yeah.
And you know where a bunch of stuff was around you when you activated the power. But with the maximum successes, you know their name, and also like it lasts. I think it's a short-lived effect. It might be a long-lasting effect. It lasts in combat long enough to matter. And you can just be aware of where everyone in the fight is.
Yeah.
The entire time. You
know where the living organisms are around you and how far away they are, what direction they are from you, and if they have names, you know what they are. Also Argatlam asks, didn't legendary outlaw Roy Hampton have that particular trigger, the underhanded means trigger?
Yeah, that was his whole shit. Roy, I believe, if he maybe never said it,
I think he did.
Certainly lived by the creed, like, absolutely never pick a fair fight.
I honestly do think I remember I think he did it when he was. I think he did it when he was Eloise,
teaching
Eliza
her how to shoot.
Yeah, it was Eliza. Yeah. You took her. She like snuck away from her handler, and then the two of you went off, and you were teaching her how to shoot. And then you're like, if you do it right, they won't see you coming And she was like, that seems a little crass. And you're like, never pick a fair fight. And then she was like, I'm gonna marry this dude.
Hampton had charisma. Now, listen, Roy Valancourt, an upstanding member of society, okay? Certainly would never do a crime with his money.
He found so many legal ways to take rich people's money now.
It makes me so happy that he took her name. Like that, obviously he would do that just for the.
He's extremely wanted.
So good. Okay. And the final thing we have is in the Discord from Argatlam. It's been a little over 5 months since we've had a check-in with Mr. Simon Lapidus.
Yes, please.
Living large with Lapidus.
Post-credit scene. Simon Lapidus is in a car.
Oh, fuck.
Simon Lapidus is in a car. He's driving through the rolling hills of the gardens. It's more like a truck. He has a ton of crates in the back of the truck. He's doing a delivery from the homestead he works at. Bottles of Hodag milk and wine are rattling behind him. and a couple like small livestock kind of move around in their cages, and other crates kind of like rattle against each other, as Simon Lapidus, still wearing the torque of someone in the indentured servitude system, but no one watching him. He apparently has done well enough that he is doing this run by himself. And so he's just blaring through Midsummer Day in like Winona Valley, just like raging his way down through the garden on a long distance delivery. And he has turned up really loud on the player. He has a little cartridge plugged into the front of the truck he's driving, and just like loudly he is singing along with a Joey Rivers song.
Yeah.
And he's just like,
So there's a chance we might meet up with him.
He's just coasting along, and he's like, he's not as good a singer as Joey Rivers. Joey Rivers is known for his like deep, sultry, like kind of like emotional, like tone. But kind of swerving a little bit, maybe a little bit drunk, driving through the through the garden. Simon is trying to do his best Joey Rivers as he's like, I know that I can't take no more. It ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door. Baby, bye, bye, bye.
I have to go.
I'm gone.
I have to add on to your post-credit scene. As he's tearing through the Winona Valley, blaring Joey Rivers, he doesn't hear the helicopter pass overhead.
Yes, yeah, he just drives right under, and then like right overhead, just with the rumbling retail. The camera pans up, and you guys fly right over Simon Lapidus as he makes his delivery to Tanner Gulch or whatever. It wouldn't be Tanner's Gulch. He must be on the way to Short Hill. Yeah. So that's what Simon Lapidus is up to. He has done well enough to be trusted with a long distance delivery.
He's immediately driven drunk.
What's Winona Valley? What, these cars drive themselves?
That's a pre-departure technology.
The whole prairie is the road.
Oh God, Simon.
All right, and with that, no more questions in the Discord. No more questions in the chat. I see Argalam says this is his magnum opus. We are done. We are done for tonight. We are going to be back on in the year 2020.
What? Hold on.
What?
One more again?
Try it again.
That is so far away. 2020?
The year 2020. Tommy, what year do you think that is if you wrote it out?
He's gonna take a sip. He's gonna put himself on mute, do a little math, and then he's gonna be right back to us.
I'm so tempted. I just really want to click the outro. Like,
Just end it right here.
Just immediately jump out of this ship. No, the year 2022. We are going to be back January 4th. Going to see you guys in a week. Tuesday, 8 p.m. We will pick up with episode 42, the answer of all episodes, as our drifters make their way towards the Heartwood Forest, where surely, absolutely nothing bad can happen to them.
Surely.
Gonna find a tree?
Tree trees.
So we'll see you guys 8 p.m. Central next week, January 4th. We love you. Thank you all for watching. We hope you had a good time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.